Had a few. Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it.
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
You know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta! Are you ready for Game 3? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It is good to have you listening on a Wednesday, guys. This hour is brought to you by the Man Cave Store. Visit mancavestore.com. Mike, we now know who the starter is going to be, and we've been going back and forth on who this was going to be, what the selection was going to be from Brian Snicker. It is Bryce Elder. So where is your confidence level right now heading into Game 3, knowing that, this could be a good situation? We're not sure where this is going to go with Bryce Elder.
I'll give you 6.5.
Okay. All right.
I'm leaning. Want to be a 7, but just if he hadn't been so wobbly of late, he was obviously an all-star, and his start was amazing. And then Carl, that unfortunately, maybe I jinxed him. The game I went to down in Tampa Bay, where he kind of wobbled before and after the all-star break, and then got on a hot streak, and then kind of wobbled again. So, look, regardless, if he wobbles tonight, it's a short hook or this afternoon, and then it will be a de facto bullpen start. Hope that's not the case.
Yeah, remember the Phillies blew a 4-0 lead, right? They had the lead on Monday night, and then Darno and Riley hit home runs. Point is, no lead is safe with these two lineups. Both are really potent, and that is the thing. Even if we're able to get up early, we still need great pitching today to secure a lead in this series. It's tied up at 1 apiece. The lineup is out, by the way. Acuna, Albies, Riley, Olsen. Sounds familiar? Because it is. Ozuna DHing. Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate. Mike and I talked a little bit about that with Sean Murphy's struggles. Eddie Rosario in left field. Arcia shortstop. Michael Money Harris in center field, and Bryce Elder on the hill. So here's the deal, guys. There is a lot of pressure on Bryce Elder. Let's not fool ourselves, right? Because if he goes out and stinks it up, Mike, and we have to go to the bullpen early, okay, there's a lot of pressure on him to deliver. But we've put ourselves in this situation, guys, because, again, Strider Game 4, Fried Game 5, not worried. But we always seemingly find ourselves in this position, Mike, in these series where we're going, okay, who can we throw out there who can really maybe give us a chance? We've done it the last 3 years.
Yeah, it just always is the case. And, going all the way back to the days of Fulton Navich and Sean Newcomb and every other dude we called up from Gwinnett who, some who answered the call, some were no longer with the team. But, yeah, that's what you just hope that Bryce Elder can handle this big moment, because otherwise you got to go to the pen. And then you think about, okay, it's Michael Tonkin, it's Kirby Yates. You just, like we already established, it's not the night shift. That was an unbelievable bullpen that was really, anchored by Matzik. So you hope that, Elder gets through it. You and I discussed yesterday, maybe you thought the idea of going with Brad Hand, go with a lefty for maybe 2 innings and then get to Elder. But Snit's kind of doing it old school, and just hope that Elder is up for that's all you can hope for. And that Ronald Acuna, aside from 2 walks, he's 0 for 5 in this series. And it would be something, he scored 2 runs off those walks, but if Ronald Acuna can have one of those big-time moments, Carl, where he's going yard and setting the tone early, that's then you take the pressure off of Bryce Elder.
He's due, man. He's due. And I know through the first 2 games, again, he got hit on the elbow, obviously steals a base. It's set up what ultimately allowed us to win the other night. But as far as him doing Ronald Acuna things, Mike, I think he's due. I want you to hear from A.J. Minter, because this is what we're wondering today. Is there going to be momentum? Can we build on what happened at the end of that game and get these bats working? Here's what A.J. Minter said about the feeling of building momentum.
At any point, our hitters are just going to catch fire. You can never count us out. We always seem to come alive, in these last 3 innings.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with AJ on this. You do feel like we've not done that in this series. We did what was necessary in game 2, but that's not Braves baseball. Not what we've seen this year, Mike. Not when we're bashing teams and you're averaging 6-7 runs depending on the night. The thing is, Nola's been really good, guys. And when you talk about game 3 last year, if you guys do not remember this, he gave up 1 run, 5 hits, he pitched 6 innings, and they won the game. And, Mike, it's game 3, fast forward a year later, and it's Nola back on the hill for the Phillies.
Right. So which Nola are we going to get? You know, like it goes without saying, the Philly fans going to be amped. They live for this stuff. And look, I love what Minter said about how they feed off the emotion, and there's nothing better than shutting those mutants up there in Philly. So let's hope that's the case. But yeah, man, I'm looking at the game log, and you know, it's a bunch of earned runs. You know, it's a lot of earned runs for Bryce Elder. So if that's the case, going all the way back to the Miami start in the middle of September, 4 earned runs against Miami, 4 earned runs against Philly, 5 earned runs against Chicago. So let's hope that him and Craddock, they've worked out whatever he needs to work out. You know, Carl, he pitches to contact, so he's around the zone against a good hitting club, and that was one of the drawbacks, and that's why we're a little nervous about him getting that start. But hey, he was an all-star, 12-4. Yep. But on the other side, this is more innings than he's ever pitched, just like we went through with Strider last year at this time.
Yeah, and that may be the concern. When you talk to guys around the Braves, they say his stuff is good. Okay, if the stuff is good, then why is he giving up these hits? And what's happening in these starts for him? Mike, this is about location and confidence. The stuff is good. It's about location and confidence. And so if he has that going into today, I think we're in a good spot. If he doesn't, you're going to see the Phillies get a couple of base knocks, and hopefully, you know, he's able to get out of some of these situations. But I think he has to be confident with his location. As far as Aaron Nola's concerned, here's what he said about pitching in front of those, what did you call them, mutants?
Mutants.
Yeah. Here's what he said about pitching in front of those guys.
Kind of addicting being out there in front of our fan base over here, and to feel the electricity. It just kind of heightens every pitch, and it's fun to be in the moment here.
Well, we know it's going to be, yeah, that sounded weird. We know it's going to be electric, and the mutants are going to be going crazy up there. And we got to be able to handle that, too, by the way. The noise cannot affect, all right, we've played up there. Our guys know. But that can't affect how we come out and play today. I mean,
kind of addicting being out there.
Thank you so much, Nola.
No, well, I mean, some guys want, the guys want to rock in the big moment. His ERA, kind of a flip of what we just talked about with Bryce Elder. 3 hits in 7 innings against the Marlins. Only 1 walk and 3 strikeouts. So he's been dealing, and just 3 earned runs in his last 3 starts, including, as you mentioned earlier, that 6-5 win over the Braves that happened down here in Atlanta back on September 20th.
It is.
So,
yeah.
You know, and pitching, by the way, weather, not an issue. It's going to be sunny skies, about 68 at first pitch. It's going to be a nice day.
No
to
doubt
feel
about
the electricity.
404-726-0929. That is the Solomon Brothers Diamond text line.
Feel the electricity.
Yeah, weirdo. You can watch us on YouTube, guys, at 929 The Game. That's Aaron Nola, by the way.
Wait, I got to put a shirt on. Oh, no, I'm at home.
You're at home. Twitch. Watch us, guys. Yeah. Twitch.tv/ATL929 The Game. Many ways to get in contact with us. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes. And, of course, this radio show is Dukes and Bell 929. We're going to talk plenty about the Braves. Grant's going to join us a little bit earlier than normal in the 4 o'clock hour, obviously because of the first pitch, a little earlier start today. So he'll help us break this down. I am not going to be surprised, guys, if A.J. Smith-Shawver is next up, meaning whatever Elder gives us, okay, because he was the other starting option. You're not saving him, okay? This isn't a situation where you're waiting to game 4 to put him in there in a moment. I think A.J. Smith-Shawver could be the next guy out of the bullpen, Mike, today after Elder gets done. If it's 5 innings, great. If it's 2 2/3, we'll see. But I think you treat this as a game where you have 2 potential starters that you can use and get me to the 6th or 7th inning, and then I can go to my bullpen like I normally do.
Yeah, and certainly just everybody else, do your job, man. I mean, look, it's just one of those deals where I just feel, and I hope I'm wrong about this, Carl, I just feel like that we're destined to get to a 5-game series here because these are so evenly matched squads. Their bullpen, I think you could argue, is slightly better. Obviously, they blinked first, and Wheeler blinked. I do love the fact we're going with d'Arnaud. No knock against Murph, but I just don't see it from Murph. He was struggling down the stretch, and d'Arnaud just kind of has it. I think Andy Uran. Oh, no, it was It was a freaky. And Randy mentioned earlier, he just kind of has a penchant, little D does, for big moments in big games. And hopefully that continues up in Philly.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he's had these big postseason moments since he's gotten here. When the Mets declared he was done, and he wasn't. And then you see how he's helped us not only win a World Series, but in these big playoff moments, all postseason long. Not this year, but leading up to the last few years. I prefer to have Darno behind the dish and him at the plate. That's just where I'm at right now. Murphy is great. He's young. He's going to be here for a long time. He's wrapped up with the long-term deal. But I got to go with the hot bat, and that is what we need right now. We cannot play around with these guys and feel like, oh, 1 run's good enough. Guys, we got to stack runs. We got to stack runs.
As we said, Nolan's on a bit of a heater if you look at how he's trended those last couple of starts. So, and they won 1, 2, 3, 4. They won his 5 last starts, have Nolan, down the stretch, including the playoff win over the Marlins.
All right, guys, plenty more to get to. Big show today on this Wednesday. We also are going to talk about what Desmond Ridder had to say, Mike, because on Sunday, last Sunday, he grew, not physically, but mentally. And I'm going to let you in on what he had to say about that. Coach is going to join us also a little bit later on in the 4 o'clock hour. Coach Arthur Smith of our Atlanta Falcons, as we turn the page. We've celebrated the dub for 48 hours. Now we get ready for the Commanders. And Sadiq Bey from our Atlanta Hawks is going to stop by at 3:20, Mike. Preseason game last night. Hawks won, but listen, it's preseason. But Trey, 12 points, 2 of 8. He didn't miss a free throw, 6 of 6. A lot of guys playing and a lot of young guys, Mike, as I'm looking at the roster right now. And there are a lot of guys who are getting some run and will, I think, as the season gets underway. But Sadiq Bey, 9 points last night. He'll stop by and talk about Hawks with us. When we come back, we'll get you caught up on the latest headlines, including who's on the IR in the NFL. Some big names. We'll tell you about it next.
and Bell
is the best.
Presented by Finley Roofing.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
It is going to be Bryce Elder starting Game 3 of the NLDS a little bit later on this afternoon. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Man Cave Store brings you this hour of the show. They've got everything you need, guys, from custom pool tables, theater seats, also shuffleboard tables, family, friends, fun. They have you squared away at themancavestore.com. Mike, we were talking about, the Phillies and this particular series. And this thing, man, from these lineups, it could go either way. We know that. I'm curious to see how Bryce Harper responds. Now, he's a professional hitter. My guess is he'll get up there and do what he does, and he's dangerous. And we know that, he's taken Harper deep before. I'm curious to see if that has any lingering effect on what happened the other night, or he completely puts it out of his head.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a pro. It's just funny to see how, Philly eats their own. I mean, apparently it was, as we talked to Hugh Douglas yesterday, and I was reading some of the comments online from some of those, knuckle draggers. They're killing the guy. I mean, they're not there without him. Yeah, they get on the Braves being, Braves are terrible fans. They weren't making any noise when they didn't, score any runs for like 14 innings. But we're better fans, but now we're going to kill Bryce Elder because he made an aggressive base running mistake. They just swing from one end of the spectrum to the other. So yeah, he'll shake it off. That's Philly for you, and I think he's dealt with it before.
I think so too. I don't know with all the adversity he's gone through that has any effect on him, but we'll see. I mean, listen, if he goes 0 for 3 today, people are going to say, "Hey, he's in his head." I don't know, and I hope he does go 0 for 3 because he's killed everybody's pitching over this course of the season when he's been healthy. It's Dukes and Bell, man. Want to hear from you guys? 404-726-0929. Turtle, get a poll up, man, before the game starts, and we will ask you at Dukes and Bell 929 what's your gut telling you. How you feeling now that we know it's Bryce Elder? Braves win. We go up in the series. How you feeling about it? We'll put a poll up at Dukes and Bell 929. Of course, Turtle double duty today. He's our engineer and also our executive producer. Mike is here. He's at the house. How you feeling, by the way, real quick? How you doing today?
I feel fine. I'm getting some of the smell back, which is nice.
Okay.
I mean, I know everyone's, as Carl said, everybody's COVID experience is different, but we have we're not making a federal case out of it. It's just protocols. Can't be at work, getting another guy's sick, and I know Oren's got it too. But no, I really feel good, and it's just it's a little freaky when you can't smell or taste anything when you like food like we do, but it's coming back, so that's a good.
All right, good deal, man. We've got a lot more to get into, guys. Desmond Ridder and his growth, will that continue on Sunday? We'll talk about that coming up in about 10 minutes, but right now, let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
Hitting the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
All right, Snit, what can a win like in Game 2 do for this team moving forward?
No, it's not going to do bad. I know that. Be good to, we got another day off tomorrow and, we travel and all that, but that's good because, like I say, we had, 13 innings or 14 innings of not a lot going on. So, it was good to see. I think, they finally amassed a few at-bats after the layoff and kind of got back in their groove a little bit.
This is going to be Bryce Elder's postseason debut. As Mike mentioned, it's been an up-and-down season. There's just no other way to put it. I mean, you go from being really good to not so good to what's going on and why is he pitching bad. Elder has faced the Phillies twice this season, 4 runs over 10 and 2/3 innings. So he's capable, Mike, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I feel like he can give us some quality innings today. At least that's what I am hoping.
Yes. Now, I'm not going to take this opportunity. There'll be plenty of time for that if we don't bring home the bacon to talk about our lack of pitching and the fact we find ourselves in this scenario where maybe you'd like something a little bit, a little more sturdy. But hopefully, Elder can respond. I know that we've looked at him versus Nola. Nola's on a hotter streak than Elder is. And when Elder is not effective against a good hitting team like Philly, that's what gave a lot of fans pause. We'll talk to Grant McCauley before first pitch. But look, one thing for certain, Carl, if it gets shaky, he's going to get the hook almost immediately.
Oh, yeah, you cannot play around. They can rack up runs fairly quickly. Hey, last Sunday, some people say it was Desmond Ridder's coming out party. 329 yards, the game-winning drive. He was so efficient. Third and fourth quarter, he was really good. But everybody else was good around him. Bijan Robinson and Algier and Pitts and London. And here's what Bijan said about getting everybody involved.
We've been saying, like, we got so many awesome and talented guys on this offense, and then when we get going and, get to using every single person on the offense, then it's going to be such a hard offense to stop. And, I think today, we did a really good job of that. And, I mean, it made me so happy seeing, those guys ball out. Me and Tyler, we always talk, and we were just on the sideline, like just saying, like, to each other, like, bro, like, they're really going crazy right now. And we were just super happy about that because it opens up our offense, and you can't focus on, certain guys. You got to focus on everybody in order to try to stop us.
Yeah, Mike, when all things are working, we said this, it's going to be a hard offense to stop. But we still have to score more points. And this is an area we'll ask Coach about coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Listen, I'll take a win any day of the week. 21 points, though, when you talk about the overall effectiveness of the offense, it was the 14 in the fourth quarter, Mike. That's what we got to build on. Can we come out and score not just 7, 14 in the first quarter, maybe?
I mean, obviously we need to score more points.
Yes, we also got to stop with the stupid penalties. The reason we're not getting any more points on the board in the first half, basically all season, even in the games that we won to start against Carolina and Green Bay, Carl, it's just hundreds of yards of penalties. And that's the one thing that's keeping us from getting in the end zone and then putting pressure on the visiting team, which you're supposed to do at home. We are the 10th best team in the league as far as points allowed. We're giving up less than 20 points, 19.2. The good news is if we can get our together, the Commanders are second only to the Broncos, giving up 32 points a game.
Yeah.
So you can score on these guys. I know we used to think of them as a big, bad defensive line, and they got Chase Young and guys, but you can score on these dudes if we can just do our jobs.
That is going to be the key. Headlines brought to you by our friends at ATL Live Well. Low T doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well. Arthur Smith will stop by around 4:20 today, so make sure you are here to hear what Coach has to say as we continue to move through this football season. Last night, the Hawks were in action right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, taking on Cleveland. Hawks win the game 108-107, but it's preseason. But what did Quinn Snyder have to say about the young guys, Mike, and those guys playing down the stretch?
It's fun to see some of our young guys who've been working in training camp and don't get as many reps, really compete down the stretch.
So, young guys, as in A.J. Griffin, he played 23 minutes. Okongwu, 19 minutes. Kobe Buffkin, 18 minutes. T.I. was on the show yesterday. He said, what y'all doing with Patty Mills? Well, Patty Mills played 10 minutes last night. Okay?
Right. I had to laugh. I was flipping around TV last night just to kind of watch, garbage time to see what the young guys are doing. And Kobe Buffkin, he looked like steak in like a league game at LA Fitness. Pull! It was like ball. So, again, hopefully he'll find his thing. But that's the thing. He's a three-point shooter. He was 1 for 6. He did hit one from the corner, which was nice. But, yeah, the good news is for some of the young guys, there was a competitive element late in the game because it was a 1-point finish, and they pulled it out. So I'd rather win than lose. Again, Carl, you want a sharp stick in the eye, or you want to win an exhibition game?
Yep.
So take what you will, but the development of the younger dudes, Forrest, the guard, had 13 points. My man, A.J. Griffin, just 1 of 4 from 3-point for 11. We talked about this earlier. So, and I know Okongwu, I want to see how Okongwu and Capella kind of cohabitate in the post this year.
Yeah.
Or maybe the 4 and the 5 perhaps at times, right?
Yeah, Clint at least made 3 or 4 of his field goals. He did not go to the free throw line. But we're going to talk to Sadiq Bey coming up about all things Hawks and get his opinions. I think Sadiq Bey said, we're playing unselfish basketball. And I want him to talk a little bit about that, Mike, because, listen, we all figure that all these teams are playing unselfish basketball. He's commenting on it as if, hey, we're sharing the ball the way we should. Okay, so we'll see. We're going to talk to him coming up here in just a little bit. Speaking of Sadiq Bey, this is him saying that.
It's a good mix because I think sometimes, especially even during training camp, we had times where we were too unselfish, which is a good thing. So for us, we're trying to continue to build the camaraderie, the chemistry, the rhythm, and then that's what these preseason games are for, to build that rhythm.
Yeah, and Mike, when you're too unselfish, that means you got a wide open shot and you elect to pass it instead of taking that shot, right? That's right. Being too unselfish. You can't do that. You've got to make sure that you're still taking the right shots. Hey, a couple of injuries we need to report, guys. Vikings officially placed wide receiver Justin Jefferson on IR. Mike, pick up a new fantasy wide receiver.
Yeah, man. Nico Collins is gone in most formats. We'll talk to Bo. Bo Johnson's the fantasy expert, but I need running backs, not wide receivers. But that's a huge hit. And then Achan going out for the Dolphins for a bunch of games after looking like the best running back in the league. That's tough too.
Yeah, that's a big hit because he is crushing it for the Dolphins. But they're deep, man. They got players. I mean, obviously they did not need Dalvin Cook to have the success they're having. But that's going to be a big miss because he has been one of those explosive play guys where, all of a sudden it's a 5-yard run at 60 yards down the field and nobody's catching him. Also today, and we're going to talk more about this in our Blitz coming up, but the NFL fines George Kittle $10,000, Mike, for the shirt he was wearing under his jersey that said blank Dallas. And now it's become, public knowledge. I guess people were not paying attention when this went down on Sunday night. But the NFL says, under the terms of the NFL fine schedule, personal messages carry a $10,000 fine.
Yeah, and not that it was a personal obscene message. I guess just any kind of personal message. So, I mean, you can express yourself with your spikes every once in a while for your favorite charity, but you can't say blank Dallas on a T-shirt. And then, I understand. But, hey, it's a rivalry that goes back, 30-some-odd, 40 years.
Yeah, it does.
Going all the way back to Montana, and at Too Tall Jones. So they don't like each other. And as I like what the 49ers said, everybody's squawking. Micah Parsons throwing his lip around. Well, do something about it. Don't get smoked next time.
Yeah, Deebo Samuel talking about the Cowboys. We'll let you hear this coming up in our Blitz segment. And then Micah Parsons talking about Kittle making it personal. I like this. NFL needs this, by the way. I mean, we need more of these rivalries that you're looking forward to when these two teams, if they play again, and a lot of people think they will down the stretch in the playoffs. All right, coming up, Ritter's growth mindset. What are we talking about? Find out coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Our good buddy Tim Williams, he follows us on social media. He's an artist as well, and he's always putting art out there. He says it doesn't cost anything to back a guy. You got this, Bryce. And he's got a picture in which he drew, and it is Bryce Young. And he's right. Listen, it's easy to crap on him, all right, when the game hasn't started and nothing has happened yet. If he gives up 4 home runs, okay, and we're behind the 8 ball, we're all going to say he didn't do a good job. But right now, I agree with Tim. Like, let's back this, man. Let's get behind it. Let's hope that Bryce shows up and gives us a good game today, Mike.
Hey, and it's not a knock on Bryce. I'm just telling you, here's how many earned runs he's given up the last 3, and he's not been as effective as you'd like as far as, we're always talking about the degree of momentum you're looking for going into a series. And that's why it was really tough to lose Charlie Morton for this one. I know we talked about some of the options had someone else come off this roster, but it's Elder's game. But again, he will not have much wiggle room if he does struggle early.
Thank you, Bryce Elder. If I said Young, Bryce Elder. Yeah. So we will see what happens.
Bryce Young's not looking good at all.
No, he's not. He's not looking good at all. Tim, thank you, though, for the drawing, the rendition, and he's always putting stuff out there. 404-726-0929. Poll questions up at Dukes and Bell 929. Here's the deal, guys. Where's your confidence level in Bryce Elder? Okay. Braves get things done in Game 3. Your choice is 100%. We get the dub. 50-50 toss-up game or Braves take the L. Where are you at right now? And you can't get on here in the 7th inning, okay? You got to jump on now. Dukes and Bell 929. Go vote and let us know what you think. I feel really confident. I
don't know.
I do. Come on, Snit. I do believe that the bats are going to be contagious. Mike, I think we came out of whatever slump that was. It was weird, right? Like Game 1, it was like we were lost. And then Game 2 was like, okay, is this where we're going to be this postseason? And then all of a sudden the magic happened. And I feel like whatever that was, I feel like we've come out of it.
Yeah, man. I know that it's Acuna. I think we mentioned this at the start of the show. He's got 2 walks, but still had a hit yet again, small sample size. But wouldn't you love to see Acuna just take it over and use the base running too, and get in Nola's cage a little bit, get on base and start just tearing things up on the base pads.
Yeah, James hits us up at Dukes and Bell 929 and put him up. See Dukes, Mike Bell, ATL. He says we could just put Blooper out there on the mound. It would still be 50-50. It's what our bats are going to do. Well, there's no debate. I mean, we got to score runs. I get it.
But against a good hitting team, you can't be throwing batting practice up there, and they are a good hitting team.
They are. All right, let's talk about our quarterback. We're talking about my quarterback, Desmond Ridder. And what about this growth mindset, Mike? Now, Sunday, best game, obviously, of his young career. 28 passes completed, 28 of 37. Career best 75% completion rate. He throws for 329 yards and it was about 8.29 yards attempt. I'll take that any Sunday. Now, I'd like to see him maybe throw more touchdowns, but at the end of the day, he ran for one, which we kind of forget about, which was a great play call by Art, which we'll talk to him in the 4 o'clock hour, and then he threw for one. But for Ridder, this growth mindset, Mike, how does he continue to improve on what we saw Sunday? How does he continue to be as confident as he was? Guys, we had 7 drives of 7 plays or more, Mike. I think the offense was clicking the way we expected it to.
And again, he's getting better and better. Like you always say, Paul, the ball was coming out earlier. Carl, I still think the ball can come out even sooner. Throwing it to a spot as the receivers are coming out of their breaks. He's still not doing that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He's better. I think there's room for improvement. I think Arthur would say the same thing. We talked to him at about 4:20 or so. But build on this, the confidence to know you can get the ball out downfield. And like I don't know how much of this was McGarry wasn't in there, but it seemed like there was a pocket for him. And some of those plays, especially that throw to Drake, that's a 5-step drop. You got to let the guy get down the field, and that only works if the line is giving you protection. So, number one, how are you going to feel more confident? Well, you don't have guys flying at you every 2 seconds, and you're getting squished, like he was at times in Detroit. So that should help.
There was no panic in Ridder. That was the most important thing that I think I took from specifically the last drive. With the way he had played the last few weeks, he could have panicked, he could have blew it, but he didn't do that. By the way, Caleb McGarry's seen in practice today by our own Joe Patrick, Mike, so it looks like McGarry's back. We'll ask Coach about this as well, but it may be a situation where, he's going to be fine and he'll be back in the starting lineup come Sunday.
Again, I'm a big Storm Norton fan, Carl. I'm not going to go out there and get the jersey just yet. But, and again, and for all we know, over the course of 60 minutes, maybe Storm is a better pass blocker than run blocker because we all know that McGarry is an average pass blocker at best. But, he's there, be a road pater on the side. It's been weird. I don't know how much of this has to do with McGarry, but Lindstrom's had a lot of penalties this year, very uncharacteristic for a guy who's the highest paid guard. So let's hope that McGarry is 100%. If not, at least the good news is that dude was able to step in and we got some depth at the swing position.
Let's hear from Arthur Smith on Desmond Ritter's performance. This is with Dave Archer right after the game when he was asked about what Des did last Sunday.
Yeah, well, that's why we believe in him. He's a young quarterback in this league, Archie. You know that you can't ride the roller coaster in this league. It's too hard. And if you sit there, after a big win, if you get satisfied, well, next Sunday will humble you. That's the nature of this job. And so he's made of the right stuff, and we got the right guys in the locker room.
Yeah, I think when you play that way, you get a lot of belief. Whether guys actually believe in you or not, and they say they do, oh, yeah, we believe in him. But you have to go out and perform. And when you do those things, Mike, I think this is the kind of win, again, that helps you believe in your quarterback. Again, Calais Campbell saying, he's got the clutch gene. Taylor Heineke was talking about the week building up to what we saw on Sunday, and he was great in practice and was ready for the moment. So I think when you have a performance like this is what allows your teammates to say, yeah, if we're down or we need a drive or whatever the circumstances, we feel like we got the guy.
Yeah, I know that you're going to only get better through experience. That's why you were standing loyal. And I was saying, look, I'm not seeing it. I don't like what I'm seeing. And if he does struggle, last week, get him out of there and go to Heineke. But this is hopefully, maybe this is going to be that big moment where, yes, the only other thing he's got to check off the list, Carl, is go get that road win against Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Coming up in 2 weeks. That's something that's missing from the resume. And to be elite, you got to obviously, you got to win on the road. But this, I think, I don't want to look like anything else any given Sunday. But on paper, and certainly what you've seen on film, this Commanders team, it's not a good defense. So I think I'm curious, and Archer's not going to give us the secret sauce, but I would like to think the mad scientist can cook up some plays which are going to help make Ritter successful on Sunday against that D.
Yeah, what's crazy is, Mike, it seems like as good as that defensive line in name only should be, they've always got guys hurt. They've always got somebody hurt on that defensive line. In name only, if you go look at that D line, you're like, ooh, they got some guys. Chase is always hurt. So I don't know as far as what the situation will be Sunday, but I'm with you. I like in watching the Commanders and how, by the way, if you're going to tell me we did the job we did against C.J. Stroud, you're going to tell me you're not confident that this defense can do that against Sam Howell? Come on.
Right. I'm with you there. Now, if you don't get to him, just like we learned the hard way against the Commanders or whatever they were called the last time we played them, when ironically Taylor Heineke was under center, first at home against us and then up there in Washington last year. If you don't get pressure on Howell, he will carve you up. You've seen that this season. He has the ability to get the ball to his playmakers, mostly McLaurin. So you got to get after him.
Montez Sweat, Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, Chase Young. Mike, in name value, that's a stout defensive line. They're not doing anything. So I actually think we're going to be able to run the football against these guys, and we should have success against their secondary. I'm with you on this. It's funny because a couple of years ago we were like, man, we take any of these guys. Chase Young, Payne, we talked about any of them. Montez Sweat, we'll take any of these guys. They've not shown up. So we'll see what Arthur says about this defense.
Couple of safeties on IR for the Commanders. Got some corners that are banged up. We'll get more information as we get closer to Sunday. But yeah, they're never. To your point, they've never been 100% this season.
All right, guys.
You can't ride the roller coaster in this league. It's too hard.
He's right.
Thank you, Art. We appreciate it.
He's right.
404-726-0929. It is Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I'm getting off it. I'm not going to get on that Ritter roller coaster. I'm going to be over there at the teacups that you spin around. That's not as stressful. If we're going to go to Six Flags.
Yeah, that is something a little bit easier to get onto. But Coach is right, though, man. You get on this roller coaster ride, but we do that as fans. That's what we do.
Right.
Whether he does it or not, he has to stay even keel because he's a head coach. We do. I ride with every single drive, Mike, every single throw. I'm critiquing everything because that's what we do. So it's just part of it, man. And as far as the Falcons, this is the stretch, okay? And I'm not, Dukes, don't do it. Don't do it. This is the stretch in which we should be able to stack some wins. Let's be honest, Mike. Commanders?
I'm not jinxing anything because yes, but if we on the road, I want to see him do it on the road. This one right now
Titans?
at 3-2 with two of the stinkers that we put on tape, we're not in a position to say that's a dub. But I do think yes, we're only Vegas only got us about a 2.5-point favorite, Chris, if I'm right, against DC this week. So we should beat those guys. The Bucs game, that's the next big test. So first things first. Get it done. Get to 4-2, and then all of a sudden that 10-win season, I'm like, and looks a lot better.
Wow.
And make a statement in this division too against Tampa Bay.
Yeah, that's the key. I mean, like, this is what we're talking about: putting stretches together. If you're able to win 3 of your next 4 or 4, whatever it might be, then that put you in position. And oh, by the way, we got the lousy Vikings on the schedule who just put Justin Jefferson on IR. I'm just telling you guys, like, the Cardinals are on our schedule. There's no reason to believe as this offense continues to develop and get better under Ritter that you're going to give yourself a real chance. Guys, the Jets aren't the juggernaut we thought they were. All of a sudden, these games that we thought back when, the Colts are probably going to be without Anthony Richardson. Now, Minshew's done a good job, but these are all teams on our schedule.
No, one thing for certain, we knew that, going into this, we did have the easiest schedule in the NFL. By virtue of the cross-conference and our record, we got an easy schedule. It's the NFL. There's some teams that are better than we expected. We were kind of a little worried about C.J. Stroud after his start. I'm with you. If this offense gets on track, the defense has already shown they will keep you in every game. They're keeping all the opponents under 20. If Ritter continues to develop, it's not wrong, Carl, to sit there and be Nostradamus and say, yeah, those are all winnable games, and that means playoffs.
Playoffs! Hey, coming up, we're going to talk about what else is going on around the NFL. Wait until you hear what Micah Parsons had to say about George Kittle's shirt. You'll hear it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's 3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. We've got to address something that's going on now in the social media world. Listen, I think Philadelphia will do anything to say that they are getting cheated out of this thing some way, somehow. But if you've not heard this, all right, here's the deal. Apparently, according to various reports, when Wheeler was throwing a certain pitch, curveball, that there could be a whistle that would be heard out of the dugout, and the Braves were aware that he was going to be able to throw this pitch, and they were going to be ready for it. Now, this is reminiscent of the Astros banging on drums back in, 2017 or whatever it was.
Well, how the hell are you stealing pitches now when they have a communication directly from the catcher to the pitcher in his ear?
Mike, this is crap, okay? And
I mean,
the fact
Philly
that it's
fans,
out there.
Yeah. Right, I'm with you. And then they're also all wound up. I saw Jeff Schultz just tweeted he was making his way to the ballpark listening to Philly talk radio. They're literally seething that apparently in the Braves' jubilant locker room after Game 2, Orlando Arcia was going, "Attaboy, Harper, attaboy, Harper," and so because they made a base running mistake. We talked about its aggressiveness, but the things these guys get hung up on, it's like the silliness that Mets fans, all those sound bites we played over the Mets fans, Carl, the last 2 years. That's why when I said what I said on Twitter, yes, we have a better quality of life down here. We're happier people. Everyone is miserable in Philadelphia. Unless you're rich and grew up on the main line, you're just a miserable humanoid up there in Philly. And these are the things, Carl, which they hang their hat on because sports is the only outlet they have up there.
This is egregious, though.
The NL East is over.
It's been over. But this is egregious because you are questioning our integrity. This is different. Now you're saying we just didn't win the game fair and square. We had to cheat and use whistles and somehow steal pitches to win the game. Right. This is egregious. So I just want to let it be known. This is the kind of stuff and the reason why, Philadelphia, we hate you, okay? This is why. Let it be what it is. We won. We're now in Game 3. And here's the deal. If and when we win this series, Mike, I don't want to hear any crap about, they were whoop, stealing pitches and you could hear whistles from the dugout. Yeah. This is the biggest load of crap I've ever heard.
And please, as we said yesterday, Travis d'Arnaud was first pitch swinging in every at-bat against Wheeler, and he finally got the pitch he was looking for. So I don't believe there's any whistle for the first pitch of the at-bat. So it's crap. It's nonsense. I mean, but this is what people that are they're like children. You can't even, like I said, you can't even begin to imagine the level of immaturity or just complete, let's call it what it is. It's a town full of idiots. It's just a bunch of jackleg idiots up there, and this is the thing. They're dissecting everything minute by minute. Well, I see you. What do you, bro? He said that a boy, Harper. Oh, of the things I've heard in the stands in Philadelphia, a Braves player saying that a boy, Harper, that a boy is somehow now worthy of a federal case. I mean, get some don't even tell those people to get perspective because they have no perspective.
They have zero.
This is from Icy Vert on Twitter. Volume up, everyone. Please listen. The Braves are cheating. Yo, wait, there's a whistle before the pitch, before the breaking ball. The Braves have hacked the Phillies pitch com.
No, we didn't. We have hacked the cheat code, which is we've hit everybody all year long. Unbelievable. I just wanted to put it out there. Braves fans, do not let this wreck your day. I'm just saying this is what Philly fans are doing. They are searching for something to hang their hat on as to why they lost the game, being up 4-0. You choked. That's what happened. You were up 4-0, and you guys choked it away. That's it. It's plain and simple.
Yeah. Now, again, and just real quick, because we got, all you people in Philadelphia, as I used to hear when I first moved to Atlanta, Delta's ready when you are. If you love Phillies, that's right. You're never going back to Philly. You'll never go back there. The taxes, the stress, the BS lifestyle, the anger, you're never going back up there. The only guy who went back there was Kincaid because he got paid millions of dollars just like you. That one I can understand, Carl. But nobody else is going back to Philly. And look, there's good fans, there's passionate fans, and then there's blank holes. Philadelphia fans embrace it. You want the most outrageous fan? I'll give you. They wear it like a badge of honor to be the most reprobate, absolute, no-class fans out there, cussing in front of children, saying rotten things in front of women, old people. They're just animals. And I know this because I've had the misfortune of attending games there since I was a kid, whether it was Mets, Phillies, or Flyers, Rangers, or Giants, Eagles. They're awful people. So and the idea that somehow, well, the Braves, these guys are ridiculous. Carl, they embrace that mantra. Nobody around the world of sports in America would even debate for a second. Where is the worst place to play? Ask any poll they do of professional sports teams. Everyone says unanimously it's Philadelphia.
I'm going to defend our team from here to wherever after they hit more home runs in a season than any other team in the history of the league. I'm going to defend our team when we scored more runs than any other team this season. I'm going to defend. I could go on and on. Run differential. We could talk about all the things that this offense was. Last thing we're doing is stealing anything. That's the last thing we're doing. 404-726-0929. All right, want to put it out there because I'm sure you'll hear it from some clown and everybody will start to talk about it, but it is out there. All right, guys, we got more to get to. Sadiq Bey is going to join us in about 20 minutes. We'll talk some Hawks with him. Hawks were playing last night. They'll play again on Thursday against Memphis right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. NBA preseason is underway. We'll talk to Sadiq Bey coming up. Right now, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Well, I don't think he can take you to a Super Bowl, but maybe it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the owner thinks. And Jerry Jones thinks that Dak can take them to a Super Bowl.
We have a quarterback. Let me be very affirmative. I completely believe that we have the quarterback that can take us where we want to go. Dak Prescott is a quarterback that can get us to the Super Bowl. That's the way that's going to be. We have other quarterbacks on that roster and players that certainly, if something should happen to Dak, but I want to be real clear, Dak's very capable of making this team be where we want it to go.
Yeah. The QBR averages out to 41 in the losses against Arizona and San Francisco. 2 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. He's looked lost. And by the way, I will say this about Jarrett, Carl. He's brought weapons in. He's brought guys like Brandon Cooks. They just don't know how to use these guys.
No, they do not. They do not. And I want to be real clear. Okay, I don't believe it.
Dak is a quarterback that can get this. No, it's like you're convincing yourself, Jerry, please.
Yep, I don't believe it. We'll see. Speaking of the Cowboys, for those who missed it, all right, George Kittle had a shirt on under his jersey that said, F Dallas. That's what it said. Can't do those things. But he pulled the jersey up to let everybody see, and Micah Parsons now is talking about Kittle.
George Kittle had 3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. He said F Dallas. I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal, we can make it personal.
Micah Parsons, I hear you, but your team's got to play better. You got beat up. Beat up.
Right?
They got beat up, Mike.
I mean, when you lose 42-10, I hate that he wore that shirt, but I would probably less, as my father would say, Carl, less lip, more grip next time. And I don't think you want to see the 49ers in the playoffs. As a matter of fact, you hope the Eagles take them out so you don't have to see them again because they'll do the same thing to you. And if it's in their house, which it probably will be, it'll be worse. So Cowboys, and Debo answered back.
Yes, he did. I was going to say Debo said just that, Mike, because Parsons said what he said about Kittle making it personal. And, next time, here's Debo Samuel.
It was already personal before the game started. Now, 42-10, I don't think you want to see us again. It might be a little bit worse.
Debo.
I don't know what we trust.
Micah, Debo, I don't know what to say. I'm getting uncomfortable.
I don't know what we trust. We trust, laugh now, cry later. I don't think you want to see us again.
He was talking to Kay Adams there on the podcast. By the way, I'm with Debo on this. I don't know if you want to see us again. Listen, 49ers are a machine right now. They're a machine. The only thing that's going to stop them is injury. That's it. So we'll see if they get another shot. But, Mike, I'm with you. Mike said the Eagles, you're hoping the Eagles take them out. Hey, this was so bad between the Cowboys and 49ers. They even asked Deion Sanders, who's been on both sides of this, by the way, for those who forget. He was a 49er, won a Super Bowl. was then a Cowboy. Here's what he said about the Cowboys' best players not showing up.
The Cowboys have guys that's supposed to be dogs.
Film no lie.
Hey, I need
the film no lie.
What is that? Hey, you remember when we went to school and the teacher called your name and you said here?
Yeah.
I need you to say here.
Yeah.
Some. Say some.
Right,
here.
right. That's funny. That's funny. There were a lot of absent guys. I will say that in that game. Hey, it's our NFL Blitz. NFL Blitz is brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Center. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Mecole Hardman, dog, looking to be moved. He says he wants out of New York with the Jets. They just signed him.
Yeah, maybe he'll wind up back in Kansas City. I mean, it looks like they could still use more playmakers, down the field. Yeah, some guys were saying, and it was one of those names, if I'm honest, that, we got Van Jefferson now, and he's bigger than Mecole, and he's got speed. But Mecole was a guy a lot of Georgia fans were saying, why don't we get, this last offseason? Wound up with the Jets. Wasn't he a healthy scratch last week?
Yeah, he was.
So that's never good. By the way, Van Jefferson wearing number 15. D-Led just posted a photo at practice today.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
Does he play Sunday, by the way? Does he play?
Well, they got him into practice gear, so we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Coach will say whether or not he'll be available on Sunday. Hey, sometimes it's not your fault. It ain't my fault. Lamar Jackson, it's not your fault. Did you guys see this? Sunday, they lost to the Steelers 17-10. But here's the deal, Mike. They had 5 drops. Okay, Zay Flowers had 2, Mark Andrews, Nelson Aguilar, Rashad Bateman all had 1 apiece. Yeah. 5 drops. And I got to tell you guys this. Lamar was hitting these guys in the hands and in between the numbers. So sometimes it's not your fault. Lamar was asked about it, and he said, listen, it's self-explanatory. These guys want to make plays just like I do. We're moving on. But, Mike, a lot of those balls would have set them up for scoring opportunities and, more importantly, would have moved the chains.
Yeah, I mean, I watched some of the highlights because, I'm curious to see how Monken works with Lamar. And, yeah, and by the way, the Pittsburgh offense is non-existent. We'll talk more about Matt Canada, their OC, and Guy Talk. His life's a living hell up there in the Steel City. But, yeah, those are real, hit the guys in the hands kind of drops, like no doubt.
Meanwhile, let's hear Frank Reich talk about meeting with his owner. Guys, Carolina winless. That means Dave Tepper has called in the head coach and probably asked him what's going on.
There's different philosophies in ownership. You know what I mean? Some owners kind of stay away and don't engage a whole lot. Other owners do. And his philosophy is he's going to engage. And listen, it's only been a short experience, but it's been a really good experience. It hasn't been fun. It's not fun. Those meetings aren't, I wouldn't characterize them as fun meetings, but those meetings make me better, and I trust they make us better.
All right. That's funny. Hey, by the way, Kirk Cousins was asked yesterday about waiving his no-trade clause, final year in Minnesota. Obviously, Vikings 1-4, and the impression is they're not going anywhere anytime soon, especially losing Justin Jefferson to an extended IR visit. Said he's just focused on the Bears, Carl, telling ESPN.com. He could, if the Jets could find a way to make that cap space work, I'd be intrigued. Russell Wilson, we talked about this yesterday. A couple listeners pointed out those contracts, Russell Wilson's is like beyond an albatross. So I guess Peyton's stuck with him.
Yeah, $200 million, I think, is what's left on the deal. Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson placed on injury reserve as well. This morning, he'll miss at least 4 weeks. That's 4 games with a right shoulder injury. It's an AC joint in the throwing arm. I think he's done for the season, but we'll see. There's no reason for the Colts to rush him back and jeopardize his future if you feel like he's the guy. Hey, we got plenty more to get to, including Sadiq Bey from our Atlanta Hawks. He'll join us next on Dukes and Bell.
Hello. It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Shooters shoot. And the guy that's on the line right now with us shoots. Sadiq Bey from our Atlanta Hawks joins us. Sadiq, man, what's going on with you, brother? How are you?
No, I'm doing well. Appreciate it for having me. Thank you.
No, thank you, man. Last night, preseason game at the crib at home. You guys are able to win against Cleveland, but I want to talk about the work because that's what it's about in the preseason. How did you feel about the way things went last night? And I heard you say, you feel like you guys are sharing the ball, and that's kind of been that way since camp started. Talk about that.
Yeah, for sure. I think we, it was our first time playing against somebody else, for all summer and stuff like that. So, we had a lot of excitement. So, that's going to lead to, trying to find us to build a rhythm. So for us, we're just trying to find that rhythm, and that's what we're using these games for. But everybody's locked in. Everybody wants to, win. So we're just trying to figure out, how to do that collectively, consistently. So, it's been exciting.
If we can just get you to go for like 50 a night, Sadiq, I think we're going to be okay. It's our man, Sadiq Bey, who, by the way, Carl, 15 points. You were killing it. We were at the game 3 against the Celtics this last season in the playoffs, 3 for 3 from three-point range. How much do you think that it helps this team to have, and for a younger guy like you to have that playoff experience?
I think it's great. My first time being, in the playoffs and, just being able to learn and see, that type of basketball and, just ready, for me, just trying to be ready and being ready at all times. So for me, it's, whatever the team needs, I'm ready to do it.
I ask this question all the time, Sadiq, to guys, what'd you do this offseason? So you're a scorer, you're a shooter. What did you do to improve your game if you did work on something specific? And I'm curious to know what Q told you. What did Coach Quinn tell you about what he expects from you?
They know that, continue to have my work ethic like they know that I have. So, I've always, just stayed in the gym, work my body, mind, spirit, soul, everything. So for me, talking to Coach, he, they didn't say anything specific, but just, I just know what the game plan and the system that he likes to run on both ends of the floor. So for me, it's just being ready, sharpening every part of my skills and my body, mind. Just be ready for, whatever he needs from me. So like I said before, we're using these games and practices, to figure out, what, everybody's role is. So for me, all summer just been prepared for whatever the team needs.
It is Sadiq Bey with us, guys, on Dukes and Bell here on the waitfor.com hotline. For those who don't know, Carl, Sadiq's basketball pedigree is like top-notch, from DeMatha High all the way to Villanova, playing for Jay Wright. So as Carl just asked you about Coach, is Coach a great communicator? Is he a laid-back kind of dude? Because it seems like we're expecting him to really come up with some magic this year with some of the younger players, too.
Yeah, for sure. He's like a basketball savant. That's what I would say. He's very he's laid back, but he's on the court, not really. He's very, very amped, very excited. And he has a lot to offer to the team and a lot to offer to the game. So, he's definitely already proven himself in this league for so long. So it's just great to be able to learn from him, be coached by him, and his energy is infectious. So everybody on the team is just ready for the season.
We're talking to Sadiq Bey, guys, here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Talk to us about Trey and DeJounte. This offseason, a lot of conversation about those two guys and what it is like as far as being around them and where you feel like, this camaraderie and this playing together thing. Are they driving that bus? Is it everybody? Where's that coming from?
I think everybody. I think all of us, want to win, including them. They we're doing a good job of leading and making it known that that for us to win, we have to all play together and be unselfish and stuff like that, which everybody's been doing the entire summer. So the DeJounte trade, they've been great leaders for us, and everybody on the team is just locked in and buying into winning. So whatever it takes.
Yeah, man. What about defense? I mean, that's, I guess, one thing certainly in the playoffs. You got to have it. I mean, it's not fun. Carl, nobody likes playing defense. But you think we're going to be a little bit better defensively this year?
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's, for training camp, that was really mostly what we did, is the defense, and everybody's just locked in on that end. We've been focusing on it. For us to win, we have to be one of the best defensive teams in the league. So, the offense is going to take care of itself if we get stopped. So for us, that's what we've been locked in for.
Sadiq, who surprised you, man, at camp? Like, who came in and maybe was balling better, or maybe it was unexpected? I mean, was it AJ? Was it Okongwu? I mean, was it Kobe? Anybody like you were like in the gym and you realized, okay, he's better than I thought he was, or maybe he's bringing a little bit more than what I expected?
That's a good question, man. I'm very, I don't know, man. I would say to my teammates, man, I'm very loyal to my teammates. So for me, man, I think every player, I feel like every player, to me, from across the board is underrated. So I'm not surprised by anybody, from our rookies to, our vets. Everybody came in this summer. We played runs or we, had pickup. Everybody had their day where, they were lighting it up. So for me, I would say, all the way from our rooks to our vets, everybody's hooping. Nobody surprised me because, I'm a basketball junkie. So I know a lot of every player and everybody played well, man. So, it was great to see.
So you weren't out there like giving it to him and then be like, you can't handle me. You weren't out there doing that? No? That wasn't you?
Whatever happens between the lines, stay in the line.
No doubt.
Hey, man, it is Sadiq Bey with us. We got him from the Pistons last year. And, again, we love his game. And, again, hopefully – he's only 24, Carl. So, Sadiq, man, again, if you and you fit in this system the way you describe it, it's gonna be a lot of fun for Hawks fans. We were talking a lot this season about winning time. I don't know if you got to watch any of that on HBO about the documentary of the Lakers. Who's playing you? Who's playing Trey if we're going to make a movie of the Hawks?
Who's playing me?
Yeah.
That's a good question. About to make a movie. Yeah, my favorite actor of all time is Will, man. So I give it to Will Smith, man.
He could do it.
That's funny.
He could pull it off.
Again, Will's okay because he played Ali. That's not a bad call, Carl.
No, no doubt. He can pull it off. Hey, I want to ask you about these trades, man, and teams in the East. I know you said you're a savant. I mean, you're a junkie. So you're watching all this stuff, right? You see Dame going to the Bucks. You see what the Celtics do. They get Drew Holiday. What are your thoughts on the Bucks and the Celtics getting better with the trades that they've made? And when those deals went down, what were you thinking as a ball player, just as an observer?
Yeah, man, that's the excitement, man. That's what the league's all about. The East, just continue to get better. For me, it's just I'm excited, man. You want to be the best, you got to beat the best. So for me, it's just excited to be able to play against, it's a caliber of talent, and be able to showcase what we can do as well. So for me, it's just I think it's good for the league, man. It's good to know that it's so spread out. It's a lot. It's everybody, is good in their own way. So when I saw that, it just, get ready. I'm, just always confident in my guys, and I'm just excited to be able to play against them.
And Sadiq, this year we got a new wrinkle. In addition to everything Carl's talking about, the East getting better, we got we have this in-season tournament. I guess it's kind of uncharted territory. It's new ground for everybody. How you approach that?
Man, every game, all 82 in the regular season, is important. For me, and first of all, it's a blessing to be out there. It's something, I've always wanted to do my entire life. So every game, I don't take not one for granted. And then two, it's like it's an incentive. There's a trophy to go get. It's a championship. It's a title that you can win. So at the end of the day, we're all competitors. So when that clock hits, we're going to win. So it's an incentive for every game, no matter what.
Doesn't sound like he'll be taking any off nights to me, Mike. Sounds like Sadiq Bey will be playing every night.
Right on. No load management for Sadiq. I like it.
Hey, man, we appreciate you stopping by. We're excited about the season and seeing what you guys are able to do, Sadiq. We're fans, man. We know you like to pull and shoot that thing, so we're looking forward to seeing you do it out there with the Hawks, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Have a good one.
Yeah, man, you too.
You too. Yeah, Carl, I did the math before Sadiq's interview. If he can do like that 51-point game like he had against the Magic, a couple years back, that would be good. That would be really good for us.
He was in Detroit when that happened, right?
Right.
Yeah. We know he is a scorer. And what's crazy is, if you guys heard him say this, he said most of the things we worked on at camp were defensively related. I hope so. Mike, we can score with the best of them. Guys, we're putting up 118, but we're giving up 128. Like, we cannot do that and think we're going to do anything in the playoffs. We've got to be fundamentally sound. I think with Clinton and Okongwu, Mike, in the middle, you said you want to see how those guys patrol the lane and what's going to happen.
Right.
We forgot we picked up Bruno Fernando back. He's back. I don't know how all these minutes shake out. Again, it's preseason. But that is where I am wanting to see the improvement defensively. How much better are we going to be?
And as you mentioned, we like the guy because we saw it last year. We sit courtside a couple times. We're lucky enough, and he's a stud. I mean, physically, he looks like everything you'd want from that sort of small / power forward. So if he just gets a little more, if Snyder can squeeze more consistency out of him, then all of a sudden you're starting five. If DeAndre plays better, all of a sudden you got something going.
Who'd you say?
DeAndre Hunter.
Oh, DeAndre Hunter. Yeah.
So looking for consistency while the younger guys develop, and and some guys. By the way, we're gonna talk plenty more Phillies as we lead up to first pitch. But I mean, it's cool to catch up with Sadiq. He's one of our guys. But yeah, I mean, look, Trey's never gonna be an elite defender, but just kind of like what he was doing at the end of the season. Just being disruptive and doing what you can.
Steals,
at least exactly.
Yeah, getting your hands on balls and stealing the ball away. All those things, man. Playing the passing lanes. More to get to, guys. We got Yeah Man, No Man on the way. As Mike mentioned, we're going to talk with Grant McCauley 4 o'clock before we get to first pitch. We now know who the starter is. It is Bryce Elder, if you're just joining us. And listen, I get it. If you feel some kind of way about it, get it out of your head. He's got to come out and pitch well today, and I'm hoping that he does. We'll talk with Grant coming up at 4, but Yeah Man, No Man is next.
Dukes and Bell.
Lord, have mercy. Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Coach Arthur Smith's going to join us in the 4 o'clock hour. Also, we'll talk to Grant McCauley about the Braves as we get ready for Game 3 coming up here a little bit later on this afternoon. So we'll get into all of that coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. But right now, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey. The Cavs here. And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
All right, Chris, what is going on today? It's a hump day.
Man, I don't even know where to begin with this one. We have an absolute revelation bomb that was dropped by a superstar celebrity. A couple, as a matter of fact. As Jada Pinkett Smith revealed on live television on NBC that her and Will Smith have been separated since 2016, bringing to question one of the greatest incidents in Oscars history that we witnessed. Was it staged? First, take a listen to Miss Jada Pinkett. Don't call her Smith.
There are so many surprising things in the book, but the thing that surprised me the most, that I actually had to reread it because I said, is this true?
Right.
Was that in 2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives.
Yes.
It was not a divorce on paper,
Right.
but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now,
Yes.
y'all have been apart.
Yeah.
Hello. Which does begs the question. I mean, why was Will? I mean, other than upset that Chris Rock made repeated jokes about her hair loss. But,
You're still my wife, Mike.
Other dudes are getting with, but okay.
I am not surprised. I had saw something a while back, and maybe it was the Red Table Talk back when Will was on there. This is before she admitted the entanglement that she had. But they were talking about, and I'll say this, and I said this to Chris, and I don't need to go deep into this, but I will say this: if you come,
my wife's name
out of your mouth.
Out your mouth.
Yeah, he was upset. When you come from a divorce situation, okay, and many of my friends have, you have a tendency, Mike, and Will Smith has said this and talked about it, that no matter what, I'm going to keep my marriage together. Like, I've met the woman of my dreams. We're going to be together, and we're going to do everything we can. And sometimes you just have to let go. And he has been content, and I think she has been as well. She's talked about it, and she talks about it in this interview about how they were trying to find ways to make whatever this was going to be, this relationship work. Part of it was, well, maybe we live together and we still support each other, but we do whatever it is we need to do. And I think that's how they've been living. So, listen, it is a revelation, Chris, because if this is true, then that means there's really been no connection, right? When you talk about the incident that happened at the Oscars, what was he defending? Well, I still think he loves her, and I still think he's in love with her. You don't do that, Mike, if you're not. But I'll be honest, I'm not. I have no idea why now you look at this and you say, wait a minute, you've been separated, or at least, physically, since 2016. Now, they're not legally divorced, but it makes no sense to me.
Out your mouth.
And look, I'm a big Will Smith fan, but I can appreciate the actor and the stuff he's puts on film, but I don't have to buy into what he's selling in his personal life. I just thought some of those red table conversations, Carl, were so painful. Obviously the one about who's the guy she was stooping? Was it Alsina? August Alsina was the singer. It's just, to watch him go through that, you're like, man, I understand everything you just said about you want to make this thing work, but where's your sense of pride to just turn the page and get on with things?
Well, listen, I can respect it because it was full disclosure, which a lot of people say, hey, my marriage is great and things are fine, and they're lying. And then the other part of it is it was his authentic self. To sit there and know, hey, I'm about to deal with this publicly, There's a lot to that. Now, it's their choice. We talked about this, Mike. I don't know if I'd ever do it. I don't know if you'd ever do it, but they decided to do it, and they went public with it. But I am not surprised now that she's coming out with this and saying, literally, guys, we have not been in a traditional marriage, okay, however you want to state that, since 2016. They've been separated, but living, I guess, living together or being together, however you want to put it.
Right. I mean, like I said, it's like the unreality of Hollywood reality sometimes, but some of the dynamics you talked about at the end of a relationship at play there as well, I guess, but weird.
So something that we talked about on this show has been the issue that Major League Baseball has decided to not reseed in the playoffs.
Yes.
And
I don't like it.
Diamondbacks manager Torey Lovello, who, by the way, looks like they're probably going to win that series the way the first couple of games have gone, he addressed it and said, to me, it's personal.
I think this team has a chip on its shoulder. I think we take it personal when we watch some of the comments on television or read some of the things where everybody wanted to be reseed this thing so the Braves can pick on the lowly Diamondbacks. So I think this team takes that very personally. Hopefully people are recognizing that you can't just walk all over us. We're a good baseball team. We do things right.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if anybody was thinking about walking all over you. They were, and they have been a very good baseball team. I'm not debating that. I just think the way this thing is gone, listen, Orioles out. They had an amazing season. They got swept out last night by the Rangers. We're seeing the Dodgers struggle, Mike. It's the postseason, man. Anything can happen. So I don't think anybody's disrespecting the D-backs, do you?
Well, I just think some people said that this, they're going to take it as disrespect because you're basically disregarding what they've done, which is get hot at the right time, which is what the Phillies did last year. But a lot of people, not just here in Atlanta, felt that, man, there's so much juice, and there's just the way these two teams slug. The Phillies and the Braves would much better deserve to be a 7-game series.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they, and also I do think it's stupid the way MLB does this. I mean, you should take a page from the NFL. Why do you put all that work in to be the number one seed, including in all of baseball, just to not get the lesser seed when they advance? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Yeah. So you do not like the idea, period, of the reseeding? No?
I would like to see them reseed like they do in the NFL. And so the lower seed, we would have gotten the Diamondbacks. So the good news is we don't get to see them because they're really hot right now until a potential NCL and LCS. The bad news is they've got a mean on for us now too, Carl.
Right. Yeah, really.
Because now they feel disrespected.
It's true.
So the other issue that's come out during these playoffs has been the idea that the layoff is too long for the teams like the Braves who got to basically watch the wild card series from home. Do you guys agree with that?
I saw Gary Sheffield saying just that, Carl, the other day on social media.
Too much time off?
It's not fair to make the good teams wait.
So you win all these games so you can get rest because everybody assumes that these teams are beat down and you want the rest, and you hear all these managers talk about wanting to be able to give some guys some downtime. So how much time do they need? 2 days? Now, listen, you go from playing every day to taking a week off. It is weird. I don't disagree. But, isn't that what you play for? You play for home field advantage throughout. You should get afforded some time off to let your body heal up a little bit. I just don't know what the number is, Mike. Is it 3 days? Is it 2 days? How much time is too much?
Well, I mean, a 2 out of 3 doesn't seem fair. You go through this whole rigmarole to get in the playoffs, and some guys are saying, like, Sheffield's just saying, hey, make it a one and done because you might as well because a 2 out of 3 is just as silly. It was his argument, which I understand. But look, the Braves got everything they should have wanted here. You got a matchup that was advantageous to the Braves. It was Strider going up against Ranger Suarez. You just couldn't hit that day. So it should have been, advantage to the Braves, and they deserve that advantage, but we just misplayed our hand by not winning game 1.
To your point, Mike, they were all 2-0, all the series, the wild card series.
Right.
So
that's what Sheffield was saying. You might as well, and 2 out of 3 is a joke, so you might as well just make it 1 game winner take all anyway.
And I don't know about you guys, if you guys agree or not, when it was the one and done for the wild card, to me, that was more exciting.
Oh, it was.
It had more juice to it because obviously it's winner take all. And baseball series, the season's 162 games, the playoffs or series are what they are. It's long enough. I mean, I think 1 game is fine.
And we said it, Carl. We talked about this how many times with Tony Gwynn. Do you feel that the Orioles will, in this experience that they don't have experience with, be able to handle it? And that's why I still like the Astros because the Astros have been there and done that time and time again.
Well, they were raking last night. I mean, boy, that lineup looks potent. They were beating up on the Twins. So, yeah, I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer with the length of time off, but I'll say this. If you had the season the Braves have, you would want to be able to pick your amount of time off. Like, you've won the most games. You should have the ability to say, hey, we need 3 days. Or whatever it's going to be. But all of that is predetermined. We knew months ago that if we won the division and we did all the things we expected to do, we were going to have 5 days off. We knew that. So either way, man, but it is interesting to see. And, you know, when teams start to lose, everybody starts to say what happened and what was wrong.
But were the Astros whistling in the dugout? That is the question. We got to run. All right, Chris at Turtles Music.
All right, coming up, we're going to talk to Grant McCauley. We're going to get the 411 on Game 3. It is Bryce Elder. What should we expect today? And, guys, do we hit? I think we hit today, Mike. I think we're going to be just fine unless Nola is shut down.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about this matchup, if I'm honest.
No, Nola, man. He's been good against us. All right, we'll stay right there. Coach Arthur Smith on the way as well. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and Odyssey.com.
sports talk show for your drive home.
I mean, you know how it is, rocking and rolling and whatnot.
This is Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. We're counting down to the start of Game 3. We're going to talk to Grant McCauley coming up here in just a little bit. Also this hour, Mike, we'll talk with head coach Arthur Smith about our Atlanta Falcons as we turn the page and start to get ready for the Commanders. But we'll ask him about the signing of Van Jefferson. He was in uniform today, right, Mike, on the practice field?
That's right. Our man D-Led, thanks, Mike, posted a photo wearing number 15 for you Van Jefferson fans out there. But curious to see, a dude who combines when he's healthy, speed and size. And again, fits what we're always going for. We always like to have a lot of size and be able to block for the running backs as well. So curious if we get him on the field this week.
Yeah, I am too. And again, I think when you start talking about this transition from a position standpoint, it's not offensive line. It's not, a secondary player. I think wide receiver, Mike, hey, I need you to run an 8 route, 6, 5, 4, 3, whatever it is. I think you can adjust to that fairly easily without having to disrupt the game plan and try to, incorporate a guy like this. So I think he probably plays, but we'll see on Sunday.
Oh, and speaking of the Falcons, as you mentioned, Arthur Smith coming up later this hour. Earlier in the show, we were talking about Ritter and how much better he looked, as you've been saying, get the ball out quick. I thought in some of the throws in the first half, the ball, he was still not throwing to the spot as guys were breaking, but always listening, watching, judging.
Yeah.
Dave Arch hit me back and said, no, on the tape, he says the ball was out. So the ball is coming out quicker across the board. So just a matter of not executing some of the routes, I guess, and some of the wide receivers. There was a lot of penalties, too, in that first half. But Arch thinks he did improve across the board in that game, not just in the second half.
All right. More with Coach coming up. Let's talk to Grant McCauley about our Braves. Grant, it is Game 3. We finally got the starter, and we know it's Elder. Take us through this because – yesterday, as we talked about this, and listen, nobody really knew what Snit was going to do here. He had some options, but why do you feel like this is, in his opinion or the team's opinion, the best option under all the circumstances that we had talked about?
I think the circumstances were really important because you kind of needed to know where you were when you got to Game 3. I mean, was it going to be up 2-0 at the 1-1 spot where they are right now or down 2-0, or 0-2, I should say? That could, as much as anything, I think, inform the Braves' decision. And I still think that this is an all-hands-on-deck situation for Game 3. You've got the bullpen fairly well rested because they haven't been having to work on back-to-back days until this will be, back-to-back for Game 3 and Game 4. But you've also got A.J. Smith-Shawver available if you do end up needing those innings. And I think that you go with a guy who was consistently part of a lot of the winning that you did this season. I know he had an up-and-down second half, and there were a lot of rocky starts that were mixed in there, which clearly the Braves factored into their thinking as well. But giving him a little bit of extra rest at the end of the year and just banking on Bryce being able to maybe just navigate through the lineup a time or two is going to be enough to where they feel like they can hand that baton off. And perhaps it is A.J. Smith-Shawver who steps in and gives the Braves a couple of more innings to help bridge that to the bullpen. So it's kind of a collective plan, I feel, as much as anything, and more so than just expecting Bryce Elder to go out and do, say, what Spencer Strider did in Game 1 and have to throw 7 innings of 2-run ball.
And that's it, Grant, because we looked at, Nola's last couple of outings. The Phillies have won his last 5 starts, and the Braves have lost 2 of the last 3 with Bryce. I just felt that, the earned runs, it's a little scary. What goes wrong when he gives up the big innings? What is Kranis trying to fix?
I think some of the things that have gone wrong for him, particularly in September, was just really losing command. And I don't know if that had, something to do with throwing a career high in innings, which he certainly did this year. And that's the second straight year that he's increased on that total. But I also look at the fact that, the more that you're out there and the more that teams see you and the more that there is to, I guess, to go through and to pour over and to game plan for, you'll know when somebody's just a little bit off. And he is a guy that I think we know this because, again, we're not talking about Spencer Strider who can overpower you. Bryce Elder kind of works to those margins of the strike zone. He likes to keep the ball down. And when he's doing that and when he's getting those calls, I'll also point that out, it helps him immensely to be able to do what he does, which is different than what some of these other starters do. And it's going to be very different than what Aaron Nola is trying to do for that matter. So I think that, the struggles, I don't know if it's one thing, but I think it could be a little bit of the exhaustion factor towards the end of the year. And that's what the Braves were hoping to at least alleviate or address by skipping the final start, allowing him to throw in one of those practice games and just kind of trying to maybe give him both a mental and a physical reset, because some of the most important innings and what he's worked for all year long, is the opportunity to contribute to this team in a meaningful way. And it doesn't get much more meaningful than starting a postseason game.
Why has Nola been so good against us? Remember last year, Game 3, and I know you know this, Grant, before our listeners. Last year, he gave up 1 run, 5 hits in 6 innings, and they won the game. And, for his career, he's seen the Braves a lot. But what makes him good when he's really good?
I think it's just you're talking about a pitcher that has the ability to really get a lot of swing and miss and the ability to, I think, rise to the occasion when his club needs him to. I mean, the Braves have gotten to him a few times during the course of the regular season, but he's pitching his best baseball right now when the Phillies most definitely need him to be a guy stepping up and doing that. His start against the Marlins was extremely good, but I think it's just he executes at a very high level. And if he's able to keep the ball in the park, he is a guy that is very tough, as Brian Snitker says, a tough ride for any lineup to face. And that was the same thing with Zach Wheeler. So you're dealing with somebody who has a great profile for swing and miss, good breaking ball, very good fastball. He locates extremely well. And when he's doing all of that, that's what makes him so tough. And if he's able to do that against the Braves, it'll be a tough assignment. But, as you look at with the way that things were shaping up in Game 2 with one of the Phillies' best starting pitchers on the mound, they just kind of waited it out and were able to chip away and get a couple of runs and find some favorable matchups in that bullpen. And that could still be the case. Is you don't necessarily have to beat Aaron Nola as much as you need to beat the Philadelphia Phillies any which way you can.
I saw that Acuna, hasn't had a hit yet, Grant, but he's drawn 2 walks and he's scored some runs. But are they trying to kind of subtly pitch around him, or is he being aggressive, or is it just the law of averages? Carl and I were saying we need Acuna to just obviously go off if they're going to win this thing.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously it'd be great to go a long way towards establishing exactly what the Braves' offensive profile was all year long. But he was the guy I will point to in Game 2 that got the Braves going, gave him a little bit of energy. He drew that walk in the 6th inning. Came around to score because his speed is a factor you always have to deal with. And the Phillies let the ball bounce away. Trey Turner did for just a fraction of a second, and Acuna was across the plate. And then for the second consecutive year, which I find to be kind of crazy, in Game 2, in a critical moment, the Phillies hit Ronald Acuna Jr. with a pitch, and he comes around and scores a huge run. And he was the one that came across to score the tying run on Austin Riley's 2-run homer. And, of course, in Game 2 a year ago, he sparked a 3-run rally with getting on, being disruptive, and having that good old-fashioned speed. So even without the hits, I feel like Ronald can make an impact, but we know the kind of player he is. We watched him all year long. I mean, he can change the game from the very first pitch on, and that would be a great thing to see, especially in a place like Philadelphia. And I think that Ronald is looking forward to and has been for quite some time. I know he had some experience last year, but the version of Ronald Acuna Jr. that's in the playoffs this year, this is where he's wanted to be, I think, probably since the very day that he got hurt down in Miami in 2021. He wants to be a part of moments like this and the chance to win in October because he had to watch it all in 2021.
Grant, got to mention this. You guys will be on after the last out, taking phone calls here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We want to mention it, so make sure you guys are here. Tribble with you tonight again?
Yep, and that's the plan. Myself and Rob Tribble, the double play combo, and of course taking the calls of Braves fans, good, bad, or indifferent. We're going to all find out together, and taking you through the big moments of the game, of course, and getting you set for Game 4.
Playoffs have been crazy already. We talked about it, Mike and I. The O's are done. They had a great year. Dodgers are down 0-2. How surprised are you at what you've seen thus far outside of what we've seen in our series?
Yeah, I mean, and the Rangers have provided me with 2 of the bigger surprises in the postseason so far because they sent the Rays home, who were one of the bigger, stories in the American League and one of the better teams all season long. They were done after the wild card series. Then they took it to Baltimore in 3 straight. And Baltimore, as I think has been documented by just about everyone everywhere now, hadn't been swept all year, and they were done in 3 games in the ALDS. So that's kind of a big surprise. I looked at the Diamondbacks as a really interesting play because they're a club that I think plays an aggressive style of baseball. They've got a lot of young and hungry players, and that's the kind of team that sometimes in October, they're happy to be here, but while they're here, they might as well play their type of game. And it has been a nightmare matchup for the Dodgers, who do not have the starting pitching and could not afford to have their guys knocked around the way they have been the first couple of games. So, it's October, and Brian Snitker said this, and I think everybody knows it and believes it, and if you don't, just watch year after year. If you get there, if you get into the postseason dance, you got a chance to go all the way if you get hot at the right time. And I think we're seeing a club like Arizona do a little bit of that. We're definitely seeing the Rangers doing that over in the other league. And it's going to be interesting to see kind of how this Phillies-Braves matchup goes because it seems to be the most traditional battle of 2 teams that belong in the postseason, but who's going to come out on top?
Right. And it's funny, Grant, we were talking earlier, the Diamondbacks manager feeling they're disrespected because everybody wanted to see us, play the D-backs as they should reseed in the NFL. So they'll have a chip on their shoulder if we get to them. Worst case scenario, if they do give Elder the hook earlier, obviously it could be lefty-righty type stuff, but who do you think be pulling the longer duty today for the for the Braves bullpen against the Phillies?
I think that would be A.J. Smith-Shawver, and that's the really kind of the X factor, if you will, of this plan, is that he has the profile that we talked about the swing and miss that Zach Wheeler or Aaron Nola has. I mean, A.J. Smith-Shawver is the guy that can bring it as well. He's 20 years old, so the youngest player on the Braves postseason roster, youngest player for the Braves this year. I mean, he was born 6 months after Charlie Morton and Jesse Chavez were drafted in 2002. So if you want to know exactly where this thing breaks down or whose hands it could be in, it could be an A.J. Smith-Shawver, but he's a guy that I think doesn't really have any fear in particular. I mean, there's no reason for him to, and I think he could be kind of a weapon if the Braves want to deploy him that way for multiple innings, and they're going to need potentially someone to help out in that if things go sideways to allow that bullpen to be able to do exactly what it did when Max Fried left early in Game 2, and that's get the big outs that they need to. They covered 5 innings of one-run ball in Game 2. If they have to do it again here tonight, I think they'll be up to that task, but how they get those 5 innings, that will be interesting to see.
Well, stay tuned, guys. Grant will have you after the last out, along with our man Rob Tribble. They'll be taking your phone calls and talking all things Braves right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Grant, great job, man. Sit back and let's see what happens in Game 3.
Thanks, guys. Look forward to it.
All right. Appreciate your time. Coming up, we're going to talk with Arthur Smith, head coach of our Atlanta Falcons. He makes his weekly stop on the show to talk about all things, guys, and we'll get into the Ritter stuff, also Van Jefferson signing, and much more. Stay right there. It's coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Each and every week, we get a chance to talk to our head football coach, Arthur Smith. And, Coach Art, we want to be up there at Flowery. Last week it was me. This week it's Mike. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see you next week. But first and foremost, congratulations, Coach, on the dub. It was a good win, and there's a lot to talk about before we talk about the Commanders. And, Coach, how did you feel about the offense overall? I'm guessing you felt really good about some of the things that we saw and some of the things we have been talking with you about over the last few weeks. Give us your viewpoint on what you thought about the offense as a whole, and obviously Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it was a good response, and that's why we have a lot of confidence in Des. And like for all of us, it's a constant work in progress. That's the key in the NFL is to continue to build and understand that the job's never done. And we've got the right guys in here. They got the right mindset, and so we needed to get that win. Credit to our guys. I mean, it didn't matter the way the game flowed. They gave us a chance with the ball back. We had our timeouts, and I thought they executed the 2-minute drive really well.
Did you feel Drake London as a left-hander would have a better chance to make that throw? Seemed like you pulled everything out of the playbook last Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, that's these guys. I mean, people forget how young some of our skill players are. I mean, we've got some veterans up front on the O-line, and these guys are. It's fun. It's exciting to watch. When the ball can spread around like that, and damn near everybody touched it. It makes you hard to defend. And so, the next step is to get down in the red zone more and punch through that kind of fringe area of the field goal. We had a couple penalties there and things we got to take care of, and obviously the turnovers. But our guys hang in there. They found a way. Yeah, Drake did a great job on that. It's funny, those trick plays. I told him, it looked awful in practice. Which a lot of times the trick plays, we felt really good about it. But you never know what can happen. That DN, they normally squeeze down the line. He came up the field vertically, and Drake did a good job. I mean, that's where you see like that basketball vision with him. He stepped inside, and I thought he was just going to tuck it and run. And he saw New wide open, and he made a hell of a play.
Coach, 3 incompletions in the second half for our quarterback. He went 18 of 21 in the third and fourth quarter, 201 yards and a touchdown with 123 passer rating. Did you say anything differently? What were you stressing to him coming off of the performance in London that maybe got through to our quarterback? Was there anything specific?
Well, he's a right-minded player, and what you saw, like I said, I said it last week, and you guys can fact check me. You don't want the adversity, but adversity is going to tell you a lot about people. And the way I thought he responded in the second half of Jacksonville and London, versus Jacksonville, said a lot about him, and that's who we think, we knew Des was when we drafted him. And we don't need him to be anybody but the best version of himself. And it's as simple as that. And so he got into it, and I felt very confident throughout the week that he'd play well. And, some of the throws, even in the first half, I mean, it's not just the completions, it's the ball placement. You could see him in rhythm. Some of those throws he made, I mean, he made some tight window throws, knew where to place the ball. The one he had to Matt Collins early in the game,
right.
That crossing route, to basically throw him open. And those are things that excite you when you see a young quarterback do that.
Coach, looking at the stats earlier in the show, it just seems like if we could just find a way to clean up the penalties, this team will be putting a lot more points on the board in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what you're constantly looking to improve. I mean, the longer we're in this, we understand that's the journey. And, yeah, you want it to happen right now, overnight. We know we need to continue to work and play better. And but at least there's evidence of it. It's the last 2 games at home. Now we need to, score more points. There's no doubt. It's always the goal. But we've moved the ball pretty well the last 2 games at home. We need to do it, obviously, against Washington. And then we'll talk about the road next week.
Speaking of Washington, Coach, what do you see? We've celebrated this win for a couple of days now and been talking about it. And as we turn the page to the Commanders, what do you got coming in here on Sunday?
Yeah, they'll be ready to go. I mean, this is a prideful group. They've had extra time. And we know this front. We played them the last 2 years. Like I said, they've changed offensive schemes, but mostly the same cast of characters other than Heineke. We played against Sarah McLaurin, Curtis Samuel. Now we'll see Sam Howell back there. But it's a talented team. It's a really good set of pass catchers. And on the defensive side, the front, We've played this front a couple of years in a row now. They've invested heavy in it. It'll be a good challenge. We're excited about it.
Hey, we were talking about this during the show, looking at some of the tape on Monday on the DVR. Storm Norton did a nice job when McGarry went down. I know that I guess it's nice to know you picked up a guy from the Saints who looks like he could be a swing guy and certainly can step up if you need him.
Yeah, he did a hell of a job. He did, and that's what you want to see. That's an important job. It's like being damn near like being the backup quarterback. And he stepped right in there, and I thought he played really well. And that was important for us. Those are things that's why I appreciate what we've got up here. And I talk about the football staff all the time. We're constantly looking to improve. And some of those times, those small moves right there, they pay off, and it certainly paid off the other day.
Coach, you guys make a trade for Van Jefferson. For those fans who don't know, you do have a history, I guess, with his father, maybe even Van. I don't know. But people were talking about this. Can you talk a little bit about that? And then the trade itself. What does Van Jefferson bring to our team?
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to the Storm move. Van's obviously I did work with his father. That's not why we made the move, but it certainly helps knowing somebody, knowing if he's going to be a fit in our locker room and our culture. Because you got to be careful. You got to bring the right guys in there. You obviously need the good players, but they got to be the right people too. And Van's made some big plays in this league, and he did in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. And things happen, and sometimes a change of scenery is good. I worked with his dad, and Van was a big recruit coming out of Nashville, and I went to Ole Miss, and then went down to Florida. Like I said, second-round pick. But again, we'll give him an opportunity and see where it goes. But anytime you can add, it's like I said, we've made a lot of these small moves. Whether it's Storm, Van, Jonnu in the offseason, Okudah. They try to get win-win. You're swapping picks and late picks in 25 and giving Van an opportunity.
It's our weekly visit with Arthur Smith, coming off Desmond Ritter's come-from-behind victory last week, which was great to see. And the emotion, Carl talked about it on Monday. Drake London, when he makes that big-time catch, and that's that superstar catch, and the helmet comes off, and it seems like he got the whole team. I know it only resulted in a field goal, but it seemed like it really got the whole team fired up.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, the momentum in the fourth quarter. The guys, we pride ourselves in that, and it's happened differently, in all the wins. I mean, it was a sequence where, punched the ball in with Bijan on that shovel pass, and then Jesse damn near picked it. Almost got a pick six. The building was rocking.
Right.
Robert Woods kind of made a good play at the end. We get the ball back. Launch a shot. Drake goes up, makes a hell of a play. But that's what you want. I mean, you can feel the energy on our sideline. This team likes each other. I mean, you can't fake that energy, and it's what we love about Drake. I mean, did the same thing in the Green Bay game. He caught the one on Jair on our sideline, different route. But Drake wants the ball when the game's online.
Well, let's give it to him. Coach, what's going on with Jonnu? You said this to us as we talk to you every week, and some stuff we don't remember, and fans, there's a lot of stuff said. But you were like, listen, he's going to have an impact. Coach, he's having an impact. Like, Jonnu Smith is balling right now, and I also think Desmond Ritter's looking for him. But I'm curious to know, like, you made the move to get him, and you said, listen, the guy can play. You believed in that, and we're starting to see some of those results.
Yeah, I know a guy I had a lot of history with, and, as a tight end coach with him, I was joked he had 2 rookie years, changed the scheme on him, from 17 to 18, and thought he really took off 19-20. He's thrown a lot, and, his experience he learned from in New England, and we're happy to have him here. That's the thing. Circumstances change with guys, and hopefully, like I think it has with Jeff Okudah and some other guys we brought in. And, we feel like we got an opportunity to bring the right guy in and improve his team and, make smart deals for both sides. We'll do it. And so we're hoping with Van. But Jonnu's had a huge impact. He fits what we want to do, and they're all different. And they have different skill set, and hopefully we continue to work CP as he gets back healthier. Just add one more weapon.
And that's the thing, Arthur. We already talked about, overcoming the penalties, overcoming 2 turnovers. There's not many teams that can overcome a couple of fumbles and not have it impact the game. The defense holds them to only a field goal on Jonnu and then the Bijan fumble. So that was another, I guess, example of this team showing poise.
Yeah, that's a mindset. I mean, you don't want them to happen, but when you got the guys, like I said, it's sudden change. They got up there, it gives you a chance. And then a real team, like, it's going to be something different every time. Stroud goes down and and make a play at the end. But we had time left. We had plenty of belief, and it's because we have evidence the way we practice. And these guys, that they got each other's back, and that's what you want. It's not going to be the same story every week. There's going to be different guys that step up. If they double Drake, great. We got other guys that make plays. If they focus on Kyle, then other guys. Whatever it is, that's what you want. You don't want to be obvious. You don't want to play 90s isolation basketball. You want to move and spread the ball around and become more explosive every week.
Nice analogy, Coach. It is Arthur Smith, our head football coach. Coach, we talked to Calais Campbell a while back, and I asked him about how good this defense was going to be, and he was a little bit reluctant, but he said, look, I think we're going to be really good, but I don't want to overpromise. Coach, the defense has been really good. I mean, plain and simple. They're holding teams down. Coach, they're getting people off the field. It's a pleasant surprise to see how well they're playing. And, Coach, it has nothing to do with you, but it's where we've been as an organization these last few years where we were all like, defense, defense, defense. Mike and I are like, look, this defense is keeping us in games.
Well, I mean, look, this was part of the plan. And poor Dean, he came by and watched the game. I said, Dean, I told you, we get to this third year, it was what it was. And, probably, a little satisfaction. Terry and I talked about this. We talked to plenty of really good coaches out there. I don't know if everybody believed that we were going to implement the plan. And, but, I think it worked out pretty well. Being able to get Ryan in here, getting Jerry, getting Steve Jackson over there, Frank being here, Matt, Adam, Dave, Huxtable. It's a good – it's all about fit and chemistry, and then it's the right guys. We invested a lot, but people don't understand the impact Jesse Bates would make. Jack Steve was with him in Cincy. We had feel pretty good about it. David Animata, guys that we knew, and Caden. And it's all about fit. There's a lot of great players out there, but fit and chemistry is important, and the impact those guys have made. Adding Jeff out there, the development of D. Alford, even the development of Nate Lamon, Bud, Calais. So, I mean, good chemistry over there, and they're playing hard. And we changed when you have smart players too. The underrated things. We're not doing the same thing every week on third down. And the adjustments we can make during the game, it's affecting the passer, and that's ultimately what you got to do. Whether it's sacks or pressures, but getting them to get rid of the ball early, finding different ways to affect the quarterback.
All right, man. Well, the game plan was a lot of fun to watch as a fan. Now we're going to 4-2, get it done against the Commanders, man, on Sunday.
I appreciate it. We're looking forward to being at home again. So this is a big one for us.
No doubt. Coach, take care. Let's have another good week. We appreciate you.
I appreciate y'all.
That is Coach Arthur Smith, guys, here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're going to talk more about what he had to say coming up at 5 o'clock. And, Mike, we got some guy talk on the way.
Yeah, it's Philly-related. Hey, Ma, I made a sign for the game making fun of Arcia. We'll tell you about Philly fans being Philly fans. Carlos, we get ready for first pitch.
Dukes and Bell. Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans. Brought to you by Hooters. If the game is on, it's on at Hooters. Any conference all season long.
Welcome to Atlanta where the players play.
Hey, man. A little drizzle down here on the south side. Going to be a nice sunny day in Philly. I don't think many Braves fans made that trip. I wouldn't advise it based on my experience up there for sporting events. Dukes and Bell, it's brought to you by the way, Hey Man Ale. Go get some at your neighborhood package store. Don't forget Watermelon Lime. And if they don't have it, whether it's grocery store or your package store, tell them to go get it for you, Carl.
You had to fight your way, almost had to fight your way out of the stadium when the Falcons went up there.
I had a couple of guys reach out to me on Twitter, some guys from Philly who live here now, saying, not everybody in Philly is a jerk. No, I mean, there are nice people. I've only met like one or two of them from Philadelphia. I mean, I said this earlier, and I'll give you the Reader's Digest version. For millennials, that means a shorter version. It's just the nature of blue-collar towns, and that's cool. Nothing wrong with a hard-working American sports fan, right? Baltimore's like that. Pittsburgh's certainly like that. But there's just something nasty about Philly that you don't get in Pittsburgh. I've been to Pittsburgh for sporting events. I've been to regular season games, preseason games, even Rangers-Penguins games in Pittsburgh, Carl, where, there's good-natured ball busting like we have with the Saints, but it just doesn't get mean. And Philly, it's just, first, I'll give you an example. I'll cut to the chase. I'm down there for it was a 17 playoff. It was January of 18. We have that throw to Julio where he gets mugged. There's no call in the end zone. And when we lose, we won that game, Carl, I would have given us certainly more than even money to beat the Vikings. That was a really good Falcon defense. That was a defense that held the Rams and the Eagles to under 30 points combined. Remember that in those first playoff games?
Sure.
So I'm walking out. So the Eagles have beat the Falcons. It's incomplete. And instead of people you would think celebrating because now you're one win away from your first Super Bowl, since, Donovan McNabb puked in Jacksonville, right, back in 04. But instead of, happiness, everybody just immediately go, blank you, Atlanta, F you this. Walking out, I mean, literally, I mean, Becky's like, don't do it. Her famous line to me whenever there's a confrontation, it's a contract year. Don't get in a fight. And finally, we're getting close to our Uber. A guy steps right in front of me. Blank you. I just punched him right in the chest. We got in the car. We made it back to the hotel. It's just I never understood the vitriol. And even when it doesn't even have to be sports. You go to Atlantic City. You're at the craps table. Somebody from Philly. Yeah, I'm from Philly. My uncle's in the mob. As if everybody in Philadelphia walks around with a T-shirt that says, I'm in the mafia. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you guys, animals? It's idiots. I've never, ever not had a bad experience at a sporting event in Philadelphia because they wear it as a badge of courage. It's all they have. Their identity is their sports teams because their lives are miserable. Here in Atlanta, yes, could we be more passionate, Carl? Sometimes, certainly. But they don't have the passion we have for, SEC and ACC football. They don't know anything about that. Their passion is their pro sports teams. Braves fans, hey, win, lose, or draw, the sun is still going to come up because we got a better quality of life down here in Atlanta. That's why nobody in Philly, unless you're Kincaid or Hugh getting paid big money to go back and work on a radio station, is ever going back to Philadelphia.
Well, I'll say this.
You feel me on that? I mean, what's your take?
No. I totally agree. And the deal is, when you go to these events, you just have to know. Like the Braves fans that made the trip and they're up there, you just got to know they're going to be giving it to you, whether they're winning or losing. And if they lose, it's going to be even worse. But you should never feel, and this is the problem, Mike, that I have. You should never feel as a sports fan that I am going to have to fend for my life when I leave the stadium. And that is the issue. It's just not that serious. It is serious to them, but it's just not that serious. It's never that serious. And that is the problem that a lot of people run into when you go to these games up there and you feel like, okay, I might have to fight somebody to get out of here. And that's just not cool, So I'm with you. I've been to Pittsburgh, Cleveland even. The dog pound is not like that, all right? It's different. It's never where you feel like, oh, you want to do something about it? No, I'm out here cheering for my team. You know what I mean? It's just not that deal. It's not that big of a deal.
I'll give you an example. A couple of years ago, everybody talks about the Raiders and the Black Hole. And, I get it. They got a hardcore rivalry with the 49ers and the Chargers and everybody. But Arthur Blank is on the field. This is at the old Oakland Stadium. And the Black Holes are going bananas like, Blank, you, Atlanta. And as soon as Arthur comes by, they start waving, Mr. Blank. Next thing you know, Arthur Blank's taking pictures with the guys with the spiked shoulder pads.
Yeah.
And Johnny and I were sitting there in the end zone. And everybody was great. We're all drinking beers. We're buying shots. I mean, come on. It's just Philadelphia. There's this anger and this edge because if you don't win these games against the Braves, I mean, it's just it goes into your psyche. Yes, it hurts us, it affects us too, but there's just something, there's a strange energy. And look, it's the same thing for wacko Mets fans. There's just that miserable corridor on I-95, and I would include Boston to a lesser degree in that as well. Speaking of Philly, Alice and Mastrangelo, our good friend from Channel 2, posted a photo. I retweeted it at Mike Bell ATL. Now, for those who don't remember, it was really a non-story. Somebody picked up Arcia saying, "That a boy, Harper, that a boy," while the Braves were celebrating the win in their clubhouse. Well, it's become a cause celeb on Philadelphia Talk Radio. So here's some nitwit, Carl, with a sign that says, "That a boy, Arcia," with his 7 at-bats, 143 average, 0 home runs, 0 RBIs.
Yeah.
So, and I tweeted it out going, "Hey, Mom, I made a sign. Hey, Anthony, don't forget you got to work a double at Wawa tomorrow. Don't get too tanked up on Broad Street, okay?" Yeah. So that's Philadelphia.
Oh, my goodness. I saw that. I saw the sign, and I'm like, this is a clown show. This is a clown show. It just is.
Right.
So, again, I have come to the realization that I hate Philly fans, and I'm hoping we win this series up there. I said this to you, Mike. I don't want to come back home and play Game 5. I mean, I do. It'd be great if it has to come to that. But I want to finish this up there so they can just sulk in it, so they can just cry in their beer and talk about what could have, should have happened in this series. I really want to do that. That's how bad I want this.
Right. Now, it could be worse if you're, as a fan, obviously you don't want to lose this game, but you could be a guy who's an offensive coordinator for an NFL team which has the lowest point total and is averaging the worst offense in the league. I'm talking about the Steelers offensive coordinator, Matt Canada. Now, this has been a thing now going on 2 seasons in Pittsburgh, but it extended, Carl, where they go fire Matt Canada. They chant it at Steelers games. Guys bring signs because I'd have to agree. He's not been good. But there's 11 days before the Steelers get back on the field, but that didn't keep Pittsburgh fans from voicing their concerns about Canada as the Penguins raise the curtain on the 24 NHL season against the super rookie and the Blackhawks. So in the game, during a timeout on the ice, chants of "Fire Canada" ring out at the Penguins game.
They do not forget, and nor do they forgive. Here's the deal. That's how passionate they are about their Steelers. The Penguins are a big deal. Obviously, Crosby is healthy, Mike. He looked good last night. But they're not going to let this dude off the hook. Their Steelers' offense is abysmal, and so they want changes. And if you're not changing Kenny Pickett, and they're not, and you're not moving on from George Pickens, and you're not, you need to make some changes with the way that schematically this offense is being run. I totally agree, man. Listen, Tomlin was trying to be nice a couple of weeks ago, and, we're searching for all these things. Offensively, Mike, that's their problem. They don't score points.
Yeah, the Blackhawks get the win, and Connor Bedard, for those who follow the NHL, this is going to be the next thing. He's the next Sidney Crosby. They had a really cool sit-down they did on ESPN with him and Sidney Crosby. He's the next Gretzky. He's the next Lemieux, and he didn't disappoint with an assist and was in on almost all the scoring for Chicago for what it's worth up there in Pittsburgh. By the way, we talked about this off the air. I know we got a minute or two. One thing I am hearing, I know, Carl, you heard the same thing. The hockey to Atlanta is getting, seems like it's getting traction.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I know it's going to cost a fortune. You'll probably need just under $1 billion to get that expansion fee. I don't know if this ownership group has that juice, but it sure sounds like from what we're hearing from our friends in the NHL, this thing is real.
Yeah. And was it not Gwinnett? It was Forsyth County, right? Forsyth is where they were talking about building it up there. I don't want to get out in front of my skis, okay? But I'm going to tell you guys that I've heard enough rumblings about this from people in the know that this is becoming much more of a pipe dream. Like, oh, well, yeah, it could happen. Like, no, we've now gotten to the mark on the meter where it's only a matter of when we start talking about dates and what this is going to look like. So, again, there's no arena there, Mike. We know we're still a ways away from that, but I would tell you now, I'm probably 65 to 70% that this is going to happen, where 3 months ago when we started talking about this and all the rumors out there, I was like, this is not happening. And I was probably at 15 to 20%.
It seems like a pipe dream. I know that I would imagine that the wrestler would probably want to have it as a landlord, but if you're going to spend that much money, you want to own everything. And the Battery, the Rays have shown you the way. Hey, real quick, you were for many years a 2-dog family. I got a major crisis. We'll save it for tomorrow. But it looks like Becky, somebody got in her ear. Some dogs available down the street over in Hampton, Georgia.
Oh,
yeah. How do you think Ike would respond to having a little sister?
He wouldn't. You're telling me you're putting Ike and his little sister now in the car, and that ain't happening. Ike's gonna be like, yo, what about me?
I'm telling you right now, owners and dogs, dogs take on the characters of their
do.
owner.
They do.
I was an only child for 6 years until my idiot brother came along, and I think I would feel the same way. I think this is a very bad idea. That's Guy Talk. Brought to you by Dukes and Bell. Hey, man.
Right. Good stuff, Mike. Coming up, we'll let you hear more of what Coach Art had to say on why he trusted Ritter to grow versus Houston. Also, he was talking about how good the defense has been. We'll talk more about it coming up in 5 o'clock in the Falcon Report.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Whoa. Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It is good to have you listening on a Wednesday, guys. We just got done with Coach Arthur Smith. We'll let you hear a little bit of what he had to say about signing Van Jefferson, the defense, and much more. Also, Mike, we will keep our fans and listeners updated on what's going on up there in Philly as Game 3 will get underway here in just a little bit. And, guys, if you're just joining us, we don't assume that you listen all the time, and we hope you do. But Bryce Elder, Mike, the starter today, that news came down, I think, a little before noon today. And so we were wondering yesterday, what was going to happen. It's Elder. He gets the ball first today for the Braves.
Yep, and then we're wondering who's going to be catching his pitches, and it's not going to be Murph, who has been struggling of late. Kind of wrapped up the season on a bit of a cool spill, and then obviously Little D just so clutch, and he's come up in so many big moments over his career. So it'll be Travis d'Arnaud behind the dish. And just curious to see what Aaron Nola we get. Aaron Nola has been on a pretty good – I know there's some questions up in Philly, Carl, but if you look at his game log, his last 5 starts the Phillies have won. He threw 7 innings of shutout ball, just 3 hits, and a win over the Marlins in their playoff.
He's been good. There's no doubt. We're going to have to get to him, hopefully, and we get to him early. We'll keep you updated, guys. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. If you're watching us on YouTube at 929 The Game or twitch.tv/ATL929 The Game, appreciate Whispers running the cameras for us. Jason does a great job. And also, this hour is brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Let's hear from Coach Art, Mike, talking about a couple of things. One, on why he trusted Ritter to grow versus Houston, because Ritter really showed us something last week, and we're hoping that he can continue to do that.
Well, he's a right-minded player. And what you saw, like I said, I said it last week, and you guys can fact-check me. You don't want the adversity, but adversity is going to tell you a lot about people. And the way I thought he responded in the second half of Jacksonville and London, versus Jacksonville, said a lot about him. And that's who we think, who we knew Dez was when we drafted him. And we don't need him to be anybody but the best version of himself. And it's as simple as that. And so he got into it, and I felt very confident throughout the week that he'd play well. And, some of the throws in the first half, it's not just the completions, it's the ball placement. You could see him in rhythm. Some of those throws he made, he made some tight window throws, knew where to place the ball. The one he had to Matt Collins early in the game, right. That crossing route, to basically throw him open. And those are things that excite you when you see a young quarterback do that.
So hopefully he can build on it, and he's right about, getting the ball out, but more importantly, throwing it to spots and making sure that he's giving his guys a chance to make a play on the ball. Coach also was talking about, Mike, the trade for Van Jefferson, and we asked him, we said, Coach, what is this going to do? What does he bring to our team?
Yeah, it's just, it's very similar to the Storm move. Van's obviously I did work with his father. That's not why we made the move, but it certainly helps knowing somebody, knowing if he's going to be a fit in our locker room and our culture. Because you got to be careful. You got to bring the right guys in there. You obviously need the good players, but they got to be the right people too. And Van's made some big plays in this league, and he did in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. And things happen, and sometimes a change of scenery is good. I worked with his dad, and Van was a big recruit coming out of Nashville, and I went to Ole Miss, and then went down to Florida. Like I said, second-round pick. But again, we'll give him an opportunity and see where it goes. But anytime you can add, it's like I said, we've made a lot of these small moves, whether it's Storm, Van, Jonnu in the offseason, Akuda. They try to get a win-win. You're swapping picks and late picks in 25 and giving Van an opportunity.
So cool. Yeah, as D-Led saying, looks like they're trying to ramp it up, so you may actually see him on the field, man.
Okay, on Sunday. Yeah, and we were talking about that. Yeah. He's out there practicing. We'll get a chance, hopefully, to see him. Mike, anything that they can do to help stretch the field, I'm all for. I want to see how they try to use him. But, again, low risk, high reward. He could come in here and ball out, and we might find, that this guy is still got a lot left in the tank. He's a young dude. We know that he can be capable of catching a lot of balls, as he did with the Rams the year they go to Super Bowl. So right now it's just a kind of a wait and see and how quickly he gets acclimated to the offense. Mike, real quick, did you know that we are top 10 in points allowed as far as defense? We're averaging 19.2 points a game. We're giving up 19.2.
Yes.
And
I told you that yesterday. And then conversely, the Commanders are the second worst, Carl, as far as total points allowed. So how you like that for a little flip the script on Sunday?
Well, the cool thing is a lot of teams that we talked about, guys, we're giving up less points than the Eagles. We're giving up less points than the Jets. We're giving up less points than the Steelers or the Seattle Seahawks, who, when you look at their teams defensively last year and even coming into this season, these are teams that you thought would be a lot better. Now, again, I'll take where we're at, but I don't think anybody said, hey, going into the season, the Falcons, they'll be top 10 in points allowed and they'll be getting off the field when you need them to. I don't think anybody was talking about that, Mike.
No, I mean, now for fantasy owners out there, no, you're not getting as many sacks. You are getting interceptions from Jesse Bates. I mean, Jesse Bates, he's on pace to, we haven't seen a guy with 5 or 6 interceptions in a season like since the days of D'Angelo Hall or Dion. So, yeah, you got that going for you. And we're just, it's kind of bend, don't break because, yes, you would like to see that edge rusher. And maybe, just maybe, with a little bit of money left in the pot, Carl, we go before the trade deadline on Halloween and maybe go get that, a situational pass rusher. Because that's the only thing missing is just getting the quarterback on the ground. They are moving the quarterback off the spot. They're getting teams off the field. Their second-half team, you've seen it in every game. So, yeah, the defense, you can't argue with the results so far in our first year with Ryan Nielsen as the DC.
Let's hear from Coach talk about how the defense is excelling.
Well, I mean, look, this was part of the plan. And poor Dean, he came by and watched the game. I said, Dean, I told you, we get to this third year, it was what it was. And, probably, a little satisfaction, Terry and I talked about this, we talked to plenty of really good coaches out there. I don't know if everybody believed that we were going to implement the plan. And, but, I think it worked out pretty well. We'll get Ryan in here, getting Jerry, getting Steve Jackson over there, Frank being here, Matt, Adam, Dave, Huxtable. Like, it's it's all about fit and chemistry. And then it's the right guys. We invested a lot, but people don't understand the impact Jesse Bates would make. Jack, Steve was with him in Cincy. We had feel pretty good about our David Animata, guys that we knew, and Caden. It's all about fit. There's a lot of great players out there, but fit and chemistry is important. And the impact those guys have made, adding Jeff out there, the development of D. Alford, even the development of Nate Lamon, Bud, Calais. So, I mean, good chemistry over there, and they're playing hard. And we changed when you have smart players too. The underrated things, we're not doing the same thing every week on third down. And the adjustments we can make during the game, it's affecting the passer, and that's ultimately what you got to do. Whether it's sacks or pressures, but getting them to get rid of the ball early, finding different ways to affect the quarterback.
That's Coach Arthur Smith. Go ahead.
I was going to say, that's the old argument that Smitty used to make, and we're not always big fans of it, but you can't argue with his logic because you just said the stats bear it out. We're turning teams over. We're getting them off the field. We're getting our team back on the field. And, Smitty would say, sacks, you're overrated. but I would – now, again, I don't know if Donnell Ellerbe is just a little bit rich for what we might have to spend because he's going to want a big-time contract. But, if the Vikings fire sale it, that's a name that pops. But everything else, though, the only thing we're not doing is just getting the dude on the ground against maybe some of the better quarterbacks we may or may not see in the later half of the season. As you pointed out earlier in the show, schedule is still, as we expected, it's the easiest schedule in the league.
Yeah, I do want to pause with the easiest thing because we know this, right? These games, you can tell me these teams are beatable, and they are, but the schedule, I mean, all you got to do is look to last week and week to week in the NFL. But all I'm saying is if you want to make a nice run, this is the part of the schedule to maybe do that if we're able to get the offense clicking on all cylinders. So you beat the Texans. Commanders on Sunday, that's a winnable game. Like, none of these games, we're not playing the Eagles, 49ers, and the Cowboys all back-to-back. That's my point. Like, these teams that are considered to be the best in the league, we are not seeing those teams, and yet this is a stretch of the schedule where you got Commanders, Bucks, and Titans. I'd love to run off 3 or 4 in a row, Mike.
Yeah, we're going to see what Baker Mayfield's all about. But, he's a guy, if you don't get him on the ground, he's going to make plays. He'll extend the play, et cetera. But that's a road win. That's another thing. I want to see Ritter win on the road. That would be another thing to check off, and hopefully win more than once on the road this year. Speaking of Ritter, D-Led had some numbers today, Carl, talking, which I thought was interesting. Arthur talked about the tight windows. D-Led says he threw into a tight window. Now, again, all depends on whose metrics you're using.
Sure.
But on just 5.4% of his throws, threw in a tight window to Jonnu, certainly into a tight window to Drake London. But his lowest aggressiveness mark in a game this year, second lowest mark for a QB in Week 5, meaning receivers were open, meaning that they did a better job of running their routes and getting in space and doing their thing, which is that's all it's about. So, yes, the good news, Carl, he can zip it in there when you need to, but this was pass. To me, it's more pass protection. You know, I know that McGarry will probably be back this week, but I just thought the pocket was the cleanest it's been for him all season.
Well, let me ask you this, because, you're talking about Storm, who took his spot.
Storm Norton.
So let me ask you this. You say that he'll be back, and he probably will. But if he is not giving you what you need, Coach Art talks about playing the best players, Mike, regardless of what the contract is.
Right.
You got to make the best move. If Storm's playing better and is a better player right now, and I don't know if he is. I mean, maybe that was just, hey, he stepped in, he did a really nice job. If he's your full-time starter, does it look like that every week? I don't know. But if he's better, then you got to at some point make that decision to play him. You can't continue to run McGarry out there and feel good about what you're getting.
Especially when teams are stacking the box. And another stat from D. Thanks, Mike. I'm giving D some love today, Carl.
No doubt.
The Texans shut down our run game. They forced Algier and Robinson to face stacked boxes on 47%, which is pretty interesting, of their carries. Both running backs finished with negative whatever this RYOE acronym is for. But basically, I'm getting wonkish with this, but teams are going to continue to stack the box and make Ritter beat you. You do have a really good D-line coming this way, but as you said, for all the names and the guys they've drafted over the years, Commanders either don't stay healthy and just don't win.
No.
And they certainly give up a ton of points.
Well, remember, and Art alluded to this, and I don't know if people picked up on it, but he was like, we played these guys the last couple of years. They're familiar with us, and more importantly, we ran the ball on them last year. And it's not as if they're scaring anybody up front. I'm talking about the Commanders with their front. Either way, we're going to see how we attack these guys. It's Dukes and Bell. It's our Falcon Report. Coming up, we're going to go around the NFL with Matt Verderame, SI NFL writer, next. Last night, Mike and I were down at Mercedes-Benz. We did the show leading up to the Atlanta United game. And literally, we walked out. I had some things to do. My voice, I couldn't stick around last night. And I wanted to rest my voice. So, we get in the elevator, and we're going down in the red lot is where we were. And Mike is on the floor before I get off. So, he's like, hey, see you tomorrow. Okay, hey, talk to you. Yeah. Doors closed. Ding. I'm on the elevator by myself. And for those of you who don't know, I carry one of these bags that rolls behind you. So I put my stuff in there and my computer and everything. And I just don't like carrying stuff on my back. So I roll this bag pretty much everywhere I go, and the bag is in the elevator with me, and the door's open to the next floor, which is the third floor. And I half get off the elevator, and I kind of look, and I think to myself, I'm not sure if this is where I parked. I think it is. Maybe it isn't. And I guess I took too long, because the next thing I know, the elevator is closing on my door, or my hand, should I say, and closing on my arm. So I'm like, okay, usually you just hit the doors and the elevator opens back up.
Generally, there's a sensor somewhere that, usually it's about waist high.
Yeah.
And usually if you wave your arm, the door will open unless the sensor doesn't work.
And that's what happened, Mike. I'm waving my arm. I'm trying to get this door to open, and the door is like, you will die today. As the
the door talked like the HAL 9000?
Well, Mike, it felt like it because it was closing in on my arm and my bag are still in the elevator. And literally now I'm trying to pull my bag out. So I get stuck, right? I have nowhere to go. The sensor's not working, so I'm reaching for the buttons. I'm trying to open the door. That way it won't work. And these two guys drive up, and they park. They're going to the Atlanta United match. Right. And these two guys pull up. They get out of their car. They see me struggling, okay? And they're just watching me. They're watching me try to open this elevator door like I'm He-Man, pull out my bag, and, do all of this myself. And literally, I'm waving to these guys like, come. Because I can't yell because my voice is jacked. Come. And these guys are like, I'll help you out. So the guy comes over, Mike, little scrawny guy. I don't even know his name. I thank you guys. I don't even know. I didn't even introduce myself.
So it wasn't like it was a He-Man, like Debo came over, I'll get the door.
No. Little guy, he says, I'll open it up. And Mike Bill, I swear to God, this guy screamed as loud as he could when he realized how this door was stuck on my hand.
Oh, my God.
He's like, and he didn't move it. So his other buddy then runs over. His other buddy says, I'll help.
Okay. So now you got two guys.
I got two guys.
So you got combined weights about 250 pounds.
At least. And he's like, door doesn't move. So finally, we get to a point where we're just like, heave, ho, heave. The door opens just enough for my bag to be slipped out. I get it out.
You survived.
The door closes, and we all just looked at each other like, what just happened? I swear. And so I'm sweating. Like when I left you, I was fine. I'm sweating.
By the way, I'm sorry I didn't hear your cries for help. I was just about like 25 feet above you. And,
I'm exhausted. This was like it felt like a 10-minute fight. It was probably 5 minutes. I get in my car. I'm dripping sweat. And I literally call my wife. I'm like, you're not going to believe this. I almost lost my hand. She's like, what happened? So I tell her the story, and she says I should have let the bag go. It was not that important.
But then the bag goes all the way up to the top, and then but not that he was going to steal it going into a soccer match. But
well, where would I have gone if somebody said, "Oh, look, somebody left a bag on here," and then they take it off?
Then you got to ride the rails and then get off at every stop, and then the same thing repeats itself because
the red deck is a killing machine. It's a killer.
This could be a new Stephen King type movie.
It's a killer.
Never leave your bag in the red deck.
This door was speaking to me. I swear it was. Turtle, you're looking at me. I'm not lying to you.
Well,
this door literally was like, you are not living tonight.
What went through my head is if you did leave your bag and then it goes up and somebody sees it, now we have a security threat.
Well, that's the other thing. I wasn't thinking that far in
that's
advance.
Right. That's right. All of a sudden,
but you're right.
GBI, the cops will be there. Next thing you know, everything's shut down.
Yeah, some idiot left a bag on an elevator when, in fact, I almost lost my arm. So anyway, Mike.
You would have saw your bag in like 2046.
But I do like we got to write the screenplay. The red deck's got a nice ring to it. You know, the red deck. You know, the elevator's a killing machine. It's controlled by AI. This could be, you can see a total Stephen King type movie.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Somebody gets chopped in half by the arm coming out.
When I hit the button on the outside and the door didn't open, I really thought, like, this is it, because this elevator has it out for me.
Think how the screenplay could work. You'd have a homeless guy down there, and whop, he gets whaled by one of like the arms at the gate, and then you can see that this building. Red Deck. I can even see the title, and you kind of use a little bit of like Maximum Overdrive with a little bit of maybe some fog coming in.
By the way, it's one of my worst fears to like stick your arm in an elevator and the doors are like, people do that all the time,
By
right?
the way, if you've ever come in through like the entrance behind like where Stats is, like I do come over the railroad tracks, come the back way into the red lot. It's creepy as hell back there.
Oh yeah.
You know what's going on back there?
No, it's dark.
Subterranean.
Yes, it is.
The Red Deck. I think we got an idea here, man.
Yes, it was awful. I'm telling you guys this to just say, my wife's right. I should let the bag go. Do not lose an arm over elevator doors not closing.
I'm a big fan of a happy end.
Or
and then
open.
you got to have like a grizzled old, like a homeless guy, and somebody's, have like a family in an SUV. He's like, what about the red lot? Don't park in the red deck. With like a bony finger. Don't park in the red deck.
Can you imagine the previews on this thing?
By the way, right now there's somebody in the Georgia World Congress going, shut up!
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the red deck.
No, can y'all get the elevators checked out?
That one elevator might be a sensor on level 3.
Yeah.
How's your arm, by the way?
Well, it's bruised, but I'm fine. I mean, I made it out. I'm alive.
Now, you could have, made a business decision right there.
I know.
I called you Stumpy and made $10 million on this deal.
I don't know if I can live without my left hand.
Always take the stairs.
Well,
the Red Deck 2023.
That's it. Red Deck. Always take the stairs.
I want to know something, Mike. When you get to have your first cheat meal, what do you think you're going to be directing yourself towards?
That's a great question. Probably be fried chicken, because I can't have anything fried.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, if I want to keep it low key.
Wait, you can't just take the fry off the chicken and then it would be just
oil.
chicken?
Don't get me started. That's the whole thing. I know.
You can't have baked chicken?
Nah, it's basically seafood or grilled chicken. It's grilled chicken. Maybe baked chicken. I'll check with the wife when I get home.
They say that's like petting a dog with an oven mitt there, Fricky.
Yeah. All right.
So exactly right.
All right. But yeah, I don't know where you're going with that one, but I mean, I
got you. I know
exactly.
I know.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, man. It's real quick, and I'll get out because it's Chris's segment. But just go see the orthopedist. Saw 2. And thanks to Dr. Joshua Bell, great guy. He's a big listener down there in Peachtree City, Piedmont Ortho. And every guy says basically the same thing. Yes, you may need a knee replacement. You could probably get by without one because I played rugby and hockey and just, stupid stuff. And then he goes, but if you just lose like 25 or 30 pounds, you probably don't need it. So I'm finally like, you know what? I've been hearing this for 5 years. Maybe it's time to drop 25 or 30 pounds. So we're going to try. And I can tell you this diet is like literally It's like Devil's Island meets Sparta. It sucks. Anyway, back to you, Chris. Enjoy.
And I'm sure that trip coming up in a couple weeks will help just fine.
Yeah.
Just fine.
Apparently, I can drink vodka soda. I'm allowed to drink vodka soda.
That's, you know.
Which I don't really like. I like brown liquor during
Who does? Let's be honest. Who does like vodka soda? Let's be honest.
It's a chick drink. But anyway, again, we've wasted 2 minutes. Back to you, Chris.
That's
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
Let's talk some NFL with Matt Verderam, SI NFL writer here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It's Dukes and Bell. And, Matt, it's good to have you back on the show. There's so much going on in the NFL right now. And one of the things that we've been talking about is what's going on with the Patriots. And I want to get your take on this. Would Robert Kraft fire Bill Belichick this season if things continue to go the way they are right now?
I don't see a scenario where they'd fire him during the season. I think it would take some kind of cataclysmic disaster for them to do that. I think after the season, it's completely possible that Robert Kraft, Jonathan Kraft, and Bill Belichick sit down, and the Kraft family basically tells Belichick, listen, you are no longer going to be in charge of personnel decisions, and if you'd like to stay on as coach, we're open to that, but not with you running the whole show. And in New England, because of how unique it is and how long Belichick's been there, he's been there now for almost 25 years, I think there is a lot of moving parts for that to happen. They would have to basically clean out the entire front office, all people Belichick has put in there. Would he be open to that? I don't know. I could see him saying, you know what, if that's the case, I'm going to schedule a press conference and go away. It's very tough because if you're New England, if you're the Crafts, I don't care how bad they are this year, it can't look like you're forcing that guy out after all that he's done. So I think there's a chance this is his last year, but I think it's very delicate, and I think the Crafts will try to massage the situation before they just outright let him go.
Yeah, we said yesterday, Matt, it's tough. I was down in Florida when Shula was getting forced out. And Jimmy Johnson was lobbying for that job. Sometimes it just there's no graceful exit for the just like with older coaches in college football. And the other thing is, Matt Jones just isn't any good. That's part of it. I mean, I don't know what you think about what they've done to bringing O'Brien back. We thought was going to open up that offense.
No, there's no question. I mean, Matt Jones has been terrible. Now, part of that is also they have maybe the slowest offense I've seen in the last 5 years. Nobody can run. Nobody can move. They don't have one guy who can get open. They have no athleticism. The line's not good. Last year they had a defensive coordinator running the offense, and that falls on Bill. That all falls on Bill. He's the one who picked all these players. He's the one who populates his coaching staff.
Right.
And this offense is pathetic. They can't do anything. They can't score. And look, their schedule is not getting any easier. I mean, they still got to play Buffalo twice. Got to play Miami in Miami. They got to play Kansas City later. I mean, there's going to be some humbling games for New England. And the other question you have to ask yourself is, look, we all assume that they're going to decline Mac Jones' fifth-year option. So he's going to have this year one more, and then he's gone. Like, if they draft a quarterback early, which you would think they would if they have the opportunity, Bill's going to be 72, I believe, this offseason.
Right.
Do the Patriots want to have him there for the very beginning of this kid's career, or do they just want to have somebody who they go forward with and kind of marry, just like we saw Ryans and Stroud and Sirianni and if you're not Sirianni and Steichen and Richardson? That's a question too, because do you want to have a wholesale coaching change a year or two into this kid's career? So there's a lot to consider.
The Vikings have won one game. Justin Jefferson is on IR, and Kirk Cousins is saying, all I'm focused on is the Bears. Is he going to be traded before the trade deadline?
I would lean more to the no side because it just, historically speaking, doesn't happen. I mean, quarterbacks just don't get traded in season. I mean, they really get traded, period. They really don't get traded during the season. Now, the flip side of that is, if you're Minnesota and a team calls you and offers a first-round pick, you'd be out of your mind not to do that, right? So the question is, which team's calling? I know everybody points to the Jets. Well, here's the rub with the Jets. So the Jets don't have their second-round pick because it's going to Green Bay for the Rodgers deal. So if they offer the Vikings a third, if I'm Minnesota, that's not enough for me to just basically tell the entire team and the fan base, hey, guys, listen, we're not going to win another game this year, and we did it for pick number 92. Like I don't,
right.
I don't know that you can float that. Would the Jets be desperate enough to give up a first? I don't think they would. So that's the whole thing. I think it just becomes a matter of how many teams will legitimately go after Cousins, and could you get a top 50 pick? If you get a top 50 pick, then I think it becomes interesting. I just don't know how many suitors are going to be out there, despite the fact that Cousins, for all of his flaws, is a good quarterback.
Right. I mean, he's one of those guys, every year you look up, it's like another 30 years, 30 touchdowns, 7-pick season. He's just so solid. He also has some say in this, too, with his no trade. He's got to sign off on it. Yes. Matt Verderam from SI is with us, guys. Speaking of quarterbacks, the other end of the spectrum, Jerry Jones, we played the soundbite earlier today. Dak is a quarterback. We can win. Dak looks terrible in those 2 losses this year. What's up with Dak?
Yeah, Jerry always has a lot of sound bites. Look, the problem with Dak right now is not that he can't play. The problem with Dak is that in Dallas, patience is running incredibly thin, not just with him, but with the team in general, and rightfully so. They haven't got to an NFC title game now in almost 30 years, and they are a team, they are a franchise, that they're under the microscope every second of every day, and if you're the quarterback of that team, you better win. You know, for people of a certain age who might remember it, Danny White was a good quarterback. Nobody cares because they didn't win. And right. Tony Romo was a really good quarterback, and nobody cares because they didn't win big games. And now we're to a point with Dak where you look at him and go, I know he's good enough to put up big numbers against bad teams. I know he's good enough to beat decent teams. That's not what this is about. Can he beat Philadelphia? Can he beat San Francisco? And on Sunday Night Football, the whole team played like crap. No one would argue that. They were awful. But with that being said, Dak was one of the players who played the worst. 3 picks. They were all on him. They didn't stretch the field enough. CeeDee Lamb visibly frustrated. I don't blame CeeDee Lamb. I would have been frustrated too. At some point, Dak's got to go out, and he's got to outplay a Jalen Hurts in one of these games. He's got to outplay Brock Purdy because if he doesn't, they have no chance. So I think that's where the frustration comes in. And at this point, he's not playing like a guy who's capable of winning those games.
Matt Verderam joining us, SI NFL writer here on Dukes and Bell. Give me your take on these rookie quarterbacks. We got one on IR now, and Anthony Richardson. Another one whose team is 0-5, and he hasn't looked the part in Bryce Young. And then a guy that I was saying, hey, he's playing well, came in here, and the Falcons shut him down in C.J. Stroud last week. Give me your take on these rookies.
I mean, right now, the 3 look, Stroud is clearly ahead of everybody else. And you're right, Atlanta did a nice job. Atlanta's defense is actually quietly playing very, very well. I mean, I'm sure not quietly in Atlanta, but quiet nationally. They've been very good. Stroud, to me, has been so impressive because that offensive line has been in flux all year long. They have a first-time offensive coordinator with a defensive-minded head coach. You never know how that's going to turn out. They don't have a true top-tier receiver. Nico Collins done a nice job. Tank Dell looks like a good rookie. But they don't have great offensive pieces around that kid. And yet he has played very well. And most importantly to me, he's really taking care of the football while still taking some shots down the field. That's a nice combination for a young kid. Richardson, the big question coming in was his accuracy. That's still a question. I love the fact that he makes big plays. He makes plays at key moments of games. It's not always like, hey, it looks perfect, but he gets the job done. I still think the jury's out, but I think has given reason to believe, and I think he's a very good pairing with Steichen. Steichen knows what he's doing. He coached Herbert when he was a rookie. He coached Hurts when he was young. He knows how to get the best out of his quarterbacks. Young is the one that you look at, and I don't even necessarily care they're on 5. To me, there's so many problems with that team. It's well beyond him. But my concern with Young is 2 things. One, which we all knew going in, he is so diminutive that you just wonder, is he going to really be able to hold up? I mean, Kyler Murray was small, but Kyler Murray is built a little bit stockier. He can move. I mean, Bryce Young is not that. So that's one concern. The other concern is, the Panthers are basically having this kid throw 4 yards an attempt. And at some point here, you've got to be able to push the ball. I mean, you traded a fortune away for Bryce Young. If I'm the Panthers, I don't care if I win 2 games all year. I am saying, look, man, I don't care if you throw 25 picks. Throw the ball down the field. Find out what you can do, what you can't do, what you should do. Going and throwing for 160 yards on 40 attempts and a loss is completely useless.
It's Matt Verderame, guys, covers the NFL for Sports Illustrated, SI.com. The quarterback situation, as far as the vets, Burrow, is Burrow just going to be banged up all season long, or are they able to squeeze one out? But is Burrow going to be Burrow again?
It's an open question. I think there's increased mobility here the last couple of weeks. It seems like he's getting somewhat better. The problem with that is it's something that tomorrow he could tweak and he's back to square one with it. And it's probably not going to be fully healed all year long. Now, lots been made of the fact, hey, they went down, they beat Arizona. They were up 24-20 in the fourth quarter, and the Cardinals were driving. And kudos to the defense. They got off the field on a 4th and short. It wasn't like they blew the Cardinals out of that game. I mean, they needed a pick 6 in that game. They needed a lot of things just to squeak past Arizona. And then they put a touchdown up late and they pull away. This game against Seattle's not Arizona. Seattle's going to score, and Seattle is going to get after Burrow. That is a good pass rush. Don't believe me? Ask the Giants. So it's something where, look, I think Burrow is getting better, but this is a huge stretch for them. They have Seattle this week at home. Then they have a bye. Maybe he gets a little bit healthier there. Then they come out of that bye. They are at San Francisco, home to Buffalo. But you're going to find out how healthy he is in these next 3 weeks.
Matt Verderame, before we let you go, what does the injury situation for the Dolphins, what does it do for their offense? What is that going to look like moving forward without the guy in the backfield that has been impressing everybody?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's tough. He's been unbelievable. I mean, you could argue he's one of the best starts to a season in NFL history for a running back, regardless of rookie or veteran. Without Achane, I know they still have Mostert and Jeff Wilson's coming back, but it takes away a component, no question. My bigger concern for them, because he'll be back, is Teron Armstead, a left tackle. Now, he's a great player. You guys down in Atlanta are familiar with him from his days at the Saints. Problem is he gets hurt a lot, and not having him matters. That is like when they play the Eagles in a few weeks, and they play Kansas City in a month, and those defenses. That's where I wonder if that quick read isn't open, what happens? Because Tua is getting rid of the ball lightning fast. What happens if that first guy's not open and you got to hold the football like that? The Dolphins are going to have to figure it out a little bit with a couple of their big pieces on offense missing for at least the next month.
Hey, real quick, Matt, before we cut you loose, our defense is doing a great job. We're not giving up a lot of points, but we're still not getting to the quarterback. I mentioned the Vikings earlier. Danielle Hunter, would that be a guy they would shop if things continue to go south for the Vikings?
I think they'd be dumb not to, honestly. I mean, if you're them, he signed for this year. He's got 2 void years on the back of his deal from Minnesota, but essentially he's a free agent after the season. He's 29 years old. Yeah, I think if you're Minnesota, I think everybody talks about Cousins. First and foremost, Hunter's the guy because you could get some real capital for him. I mean, he's a really, really good football player. Yes, I think any team in the pass rush should be calling up Minnesota.
Great stuff. As always, Matt Verderame. Follow him, guys. SI NFL writer. We appreciate the time today. Hey, man, enjoy the games this weekend.
Hey, you guys too. Take care.
All right, Matt. Good stuff. We've got more to get to. Hawks played last night. We had a good conversation with Sadiq Bey, and we'll let you hear a little bit of what Quinn Snyder had to say as well coming up as they're playing together. And that's not my words. That's Sadiq Bey saying, hey, we're playing unselfish basketball. We'll talk a little Hawks coming up next.
Dukes and Bell, presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up, you will get a chance to hear what Coach Arthur Smith had to say to us in our weekly interview in the 6 o'clock hour. It is Dukes and Bell. Braves obviously in action in the postseason. It's Game 3. There is no score as we speak. We will keep you guys updated throughout the course of the rest of the show. And after the last out tonight, make sure you're here as Grant McCauley and Rob Tribble will take your phone calls, all things Braves related, guys, and they'll be talking about everything that happens in this game. Mike.
Yeah, Carl, I was gonna say just one little note. So far, Bryce Elder's handling the pressure cooker through 2 innings, but Ozuna, man, he's, we talk about certain individuals in the series, 0 for 7 with 3 strikeouts so far, and a big one with runners on base, 2 guys on base in the first inning. Could have been a chance to really break things open, but yeah, unfortunately, Ozuna not feeling it so far.
Well, listen, Nola's doing what Nola does, and so we figured this is what it's going to look like. And we'll see where it goes, but I'm just happy with what I'm seeing from Bryce right now. Thank you, Sid. Thank you. Let's talk about our conversation with Sadiq Bey, man, because we want to mention this, and the Hawks are back in action tomorrow against Memphis preseason basketball. But Sadiq Bey came on the show earlier today, guys, and he was talking about the chemistry and the makeup of this team and how they're playing unselfish basketball. And Quinn Snyder was talking about last night, the spacing. And I want you to hear this because Q was saying, listen, that's got to be the focus. And the defense, Mike, and were you surprised that Sadiq Bey was like, look, that's pretty much all we've been working on is defense in camp?
Yeah, it's something you and I talked about that, we thought maybe it would get better. But again, was it 20 games that Snyder had to work with these guys? And we saw that, Trey, who, we're never going to expect Trey to be, an elite defensive guy. He's not going to be Gary Payton or anything. But
right.
Just, at least try to, maybe get in the passing lanes and try to be disruptive and, just try not to be a liability. And I thought there were some signs of that. But, yeah, I think that one of the things, look, maybe if they never paid attention to Nate McMillan about this, maybe they'll listen to Quinn Snyder about playing some defense.
Hopefully. Here's Coach Quinn Snyder talking about the spacing.
Yeah, I think, one of the big emphases, and I've said this, you guys have heard me say it, is their spacing. And that gives you a chance to drive the ball and to get in the seams. And when we attacked the basket and got the ball in the paint, good things happen. And that just needs to be a continued emphasis for us. And
Hawks win last night, by the way, 108-107 over Cleveland. But, that's got to be a big part of what's going to happen with this team as we continue to move forward, Mike. Not only the unselfish play of passing the ball and sharing the ball, but also the spacing and coaches emphasizing that.
Yeah, I think that there's the subtle things, the little things, and this is where I guess where you and I said where it helps to have Quinn Snyder working with these guys from day one. Yes, it's preseason basketball and it's about as compelling as well. Well, Rick Kamla liked it, but the good news is getting some of the younger guys minutes and getting the philosophy where everybody's buying in because at some point, Carl, especially it serves you well in April and May when you got to start playing some D.
You got to play D in the playoffs. Let me hear Sadiq Bey talk about that unselfish play with these guys.
It's a good mix because I think sometimes, especially even during training camp, we had times where we were too unselfish, which is a good thing. And so for us, we're trying to continue to build the camaraderie, the chemistry, the rhythm, and then that's what these preseason games are for, to build that rhythm.
So Sadiq Bey saying, hey, that's what we got to do. We got to be great at it, and hopefully it helps us continue to develop as the season continues. Up in Philly, guys, the Braves have scored. We are up 1-0 as Ronald Acuna doubled to get on and was driven in, Mike. I believe that was Albies.
Ozzie Albies, yeah.
So, again, this is what we talked about. You needed a good start from Bryce, which has happened so far, at least early on, and you needed to jump on these guys. And a double by Acuna, and with his speed, he's going to score with the ball to the outfield, which is exactly what's happened. So, we're going to keep you updated, as we said, for Game 3.
Huge. Big.
It is, Snit.
Big, very big, Snit. Very big.
All right, as we were talking about, the Hawks, Mike, and Trey Young. By the way, Trey Young and Murray. Let me ask you this, because we asked this question to Sadiq Bey earlier today about who's leading, the way when it comes to, hey, we need to be better defensively and all the things that they're trying to stress. How good is this combination going to be? Are you willing to say this is going to be what we thought it would be last year, one of the top combos in the league?
Yes, I think it's going to be the next Pearl and Clyde. No, I mean, I do want to see these guys both working without the ball. I just thought, DeJounte, his numbers kind of suffered. And then certainly Trey just didn't have the start, or at least what we thought it was going to be, which is Trey without the ball, getting a ton of three-point shots off, and Trey leading the league in scoring, leading the league in three-point attempts. And it wasn't that. Now, I don't think it's necessarily going to be that again this year, but I think more flow. And I think you said this when they got Trey. You can't expect the chemistry. I think we expected it to be basically Pearl and Clyde, to hit the ground running and have this total chemistry, which at times seemed like you just said it was going to be an issue when we had two guys who were ball dominant playing point guard.
Yeah, it was a concern because they play similar. They're not the same guy, but they play in a similar way, and that's just part of it, man. Like you go, what's this going to look like when these guys get out there? And, I hope that we get a chance to see what we expected to see last year, both dominating, okay, both being great, and the team winning. But I just feel like that's what's got to happen as far as this combination with Trey and DeJounte as we move forward.
Yeah, and then the other side of it, you and I were talking earlier, some of the other interesting pieces we're kind of curious to see how they work together is a full season of Quinn Snyder getting more out of Okongwu, and then how Capella and Okongwu match. Again, we can always argue about, do you want more, consistent scoring from Capella? Yes, unless, sometimes you're yelling at the TV or you're at the game. Just stuff it. Just flush. Sometimes the bunnies are missed. But, but in light of John Collins' departure, how does the front court, function, and can Okongwu be a go-to scorer?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that actually happens. I think his development, to be honest with you, upside-wise, Mike, I think he's got probably some of the most upside or the biggest upside of anybody on the team. I would tell you Okongwu, your guy, A.J. Griffin, who you talk a lot about with shooting the ball.
Right.
And then, obviously,
Jalen Johnson?
Yes, Jalen Johnson.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was going to say upside. Jalen Johnson, because if they play above what we think they can, then all of a sudden now this team's doing something. They're going to be doing something. So we're going to see.
I got a couple of dudes hit me up every time we mention, you got to replace John Collins scoring. These guys are convinced Jalen, if Jalen can take that leap under Snyder, sure. I think the scoring, just where does the scoring come from? If Sadiq Bey's more consistent, and then, of course, A.J. Griffin gets more minutes, then he can get the ball in the basket. I was just disappointed he get more minutes when Snyder first got here at the end of last year.
Yeah, I agree. 404-726-0929. It is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You can always find us on social media, guys. He is Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes. The radio show is Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. We had a poll question up earlier today in regards to the Braves, and we were asking what's your confidence. And I'm just going back to this because, again, the Bryce Elder thing had a lot of people wondering whether or not they were feeling some kind of way. Some people were in their feels, Mike, like, I don't trust it.
Right.
But bottom line is, and I'm just going back to this poll question, most people who voted today were saying, hey, we're going to come out and get this dub, and they felt like Elder was going to be able to handle the pressure. At least early on, he is.
Right. And the question now would be, other guys stepping up. We already saw Acuna get on base with the double, as you said. Once he's on second, he's home.
Yep.
Ozzy stepping up. The guy who's going to be coming up here in a bit, it looks like, can we get something from Ozuna? Because Ozuna's production, obviously, April aside, was so clutch and big moments and, with guys in scoring position. This is where you really need Ozuna to step up. He's been really struggling so far in this series. And again, everyone was talking about coming back to Philly, the emotion. Is there a bit of a letdown from Philly from not getting the dub as the Braves break their heart on the way that game finished those last two innings?
Listen,
in game two.
You never know how guys are going to react, Mike, and that's the thing.
Right.
So we'll continue to keep you updated, guys. Coming up, you'll hear from Coach Arthur Smith in the 6 o'clock hour. Also, we'll get you caught up on the latest headlines. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell.
Joshua in Atlanta for your ride home.
You strong? They said, I'm strong if you strong. I said, we strong man.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Atlanta, it is on in Philly as our Braves are taking on the Phillies. We're keeping you updated. It's tied at 1 apiece. And, Mike, we knew, all right, we talked about it all day. One run was not going to be enough to beat these guys. They have tied it on a home run, and now all of a sudden there's a little wavering going on, waffling, should I say, from Bryce Elder. Do you start to get the bullpen up?
Yes, Nick Castellanos went to whammy in a big way, and now you got to run around first. So, yeah, I would think that we discussed it. Short leash, and I'm not sure if this – I don't think you're going to get a softball game. Right now it feels like an old-school National League playoff game. So if it's 4-3 or whatever it's going to be, I think you just got to get ready to have somebody warmed up. He's giving you 2 strong innings, but Castellanos just absolutely teed off on that with a home run.
All right, guys, it's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, keeping you updated on Game 3. A reminder, tonight after the final out, Grant McCauley and Rob Tribble will have you talking about the game and all things with the NLDS coming up. Hey, a couple of things going on. We had a chance to talk to Coach Arthur Smith today. You'll hear the full interview coming up in less than 10 minutes as he joins us on Wednesdays. Tomorrow, Mike, we are going to get a chance to talk to Jonnu Smith. So we normally get the player segment for our show on Wednesdays, but practice schedule changed a little bit today, so they pushed it back. So we'll chop it up with Jonnu tomorrow, so make sure you're here, and we'll be giving you a time on what time he's going to stop by. He's having a really good start to the season. There's no doubt.
And that's what he was one of those guys I was thinking like could be a special secret sauce kind of weapon. You were on vacation the day that we signed him, and we had him on the show, and he just infectious energy, really loves playing for Arthur Smith, and really loves that he's not playing for the Patriots because it felt like he lost 2 years of his career up there in New England.
Well, obviously they're not doing anything, Mike, whether it's the coordinator or Mac Jones or whatever. It doesn't feel like they know what they're doing at this point offensively. And I've been saying this all summer. Nobody scares you on the offense. And Matt Verderam came on and said, this is the slowest offense you've seen. They just don't have that explosiveness. Either way, Jonnu Smith's going to join us tomorrow. Meanwhile, Arthur Smith was talking about Desmond Ritter, his performance, and why they believe in him and everything that we saw last Sunday. The thing now, guys, it's Wednesday. Commanders here Sunday. We got to build on this. And can Dez come out? I don't need 329 again. I mean, it's great. It's nice. But I just need him to be as efficient as he was, like in the second half where he only had 3 incompletions. Here's Arthur Smith talking about Dez.
Yeah, well, that's why we believe in him. He's a young quarterback in this league, Arch. You know that you can't ride the roller coaster in this league. It's too hard. And if you sit there, after a big win, if you get satisfied, well, next Sunday will humble you. That's the nature of this job. And so he's made of the right stuff, and we got the right guys in that locker room.
Yeah, I feel like, again, Arthur Smith's not just saying that to say it. He believes it. He knows what he's got. How soon it was going to come together, Mike, that was really the question, right? We didn't know, and that was kind of where the whole doubting and seeing where Ritter is. But maybe, and I said this last week, maybe this was the thing that clicked. Maybe now he's hit a different gear, and hopefully this is what we're going to see moving forward.
Yeah, and I know that, look, we're not going to sit there and pencil in a W on Sunday, but, the Commanders are a hard team to wrap your head around. Our team, it doesn't have a lot of stars, at least not around the league. We got veterans that we brought in, like Calais Campbell, and we know what we've got, certainly with Jesse Bates, who is a star. But this defense is statistically where you want to be. Yeah, you'd like to have a bunch of sacks. We want to get the quarterback on the ground, but we're top 10 in holding our opponents to points. We're keeping everyone under 20 points, which is great. And the offense just, again, more and more consistency, as you said. Hopefully they build up that with Ritter. But getting back to the Commanders, they give up, they're the second highest in the league as far as points allowed, despite all the the big names and all the draft picks that they've accumulated. So if we can protect Ritter, knock wood, this could be the game where he continues to build on that and some big numbers maybe offensively.
Let me hear Bijan talk about getting everybody involved in the offense, which was another big part of what happened Sunday. That's got to continue. We can't have 1 week, Mike, of Pitts and London and Bijan looking the part, and then they are absent the next week. I got to see the production continue to go up for all 3 of those guys. Here's Bijan Robinson.
We've been saying, we got so many awesome and talented guys on this offense, and then when we get going and, get to using every single person on the offense, then it's going to be such a hard offense to stop. And, I think today, we did a really good job of that. And, I mean, it made me so happy seeing, those guys ball out. Me and Tyler, we always talk, and we were just on the sideline, like just saying, to each other, bro, they're really going crazy right now. And we were just super happy about that because it opens up our offense, and you can't focus on, certain guys. You got to focus on everybody in order to try to stop us.
Yeah, that's what you want. And hopefully we get more of that. Mike, we haven't had a chance to talk about hearing what James Franklin had to say. He roasted reporters after a confusing question. And then Mark Stoops, you brought this up, I think it was earlier this week, with taking a shot at Georgia. Kirby did not bite on it. As a matter of fact, Kirby was asked about it, and he said no reaction. It has nothing to do with anything. I think Mark's trying to garner interest money for the fan base, for his collective. And he even said, Mark and I talked about NIL pregame, so I'm not biting on that. So Kirby understands what was said, but we haven't had a chance to hear it, so I want to play it for our listeners because I know a lot of people were saying, what exactly did Mark Stoops say? This was on his radio show. This actually happened Monday. Kentucky went to Athens last weekend, got the snot beat out of them. Stoops was talking about Georgia paying for players.
I just encourage him to donate more because that's what those teams are doing. I could promise you in Georgia, they bought some pretty good players. You're allowed to these days. And we could use some help. That's what they look like. You know what I mean? When you have 85 of them. So I encourage anybody that's disgruntled to pony up some more.
Pony up some more.
And that's why, it was, when you just hear that he's saying, wow, like, oh my God, it's like Saban saying that, that thing has been bought and paid for. It's just he's having fun with it, but I still wonder, some Georgia fans go, well, that'll be funny until Kirby puts 50 on him next time they play in Lexington next year. But he's just talking about it. Bigger fan base, bigger fan interest. Kentucky, the lopsided history of Georgia-Kentucky football is well documented. So, as I said on Twitter yesterday, Carl, maybe spend less money at, where's the big horse park? Where they go buy the ponies up there? Whatever. In Keelan, yeah, maybe less loot on your ponies and more money for your collective NIL.
Yeah, well, here's the deal, and this is what's funny. Like, the basketball team didn't have this problem. Now, you're not taking care of 85 guys, but I think Kirby and all these coaches in the SEC and across college football are all having the same conversation. They just are. Because players have become smart enough to know, okay, and I don't care if he's a 4-star, 5-star, whatever, all these players that are being recruited, and I'm telling you, I know these guys who are in it. Rusty Manziel, ask him about it. These players now are so savvy that they're like, what you got for me? It's not even a question, Mike. It's not even under the table. You don't have to be under the table. What you got? So as these offers from NIL come in, and if you're not competitive, regardless if I might want to come to your school, it's not happening. And so now we've said this, the rich get richer. That's part of the deal. And for Georgia, they're on top of the mountain right now, guys. When you win 2 back-to-back national championships, Mike, the checkbooks have come out. And that's where we're at with Georgia.
Yeah, and I got to be honest. If I'm a Kentucky guy, the way that you're getting kind of diminishing returns when it comes to basketball, I might want to, throw a little more money Stoops' way. At least he's getting you some decent bowl games, right?
No, Stoops has been good. He's one of the longest tenure coaches, I think, in college football. The problem is, as you said, when you run into these juggernauts, it's just what it is. If I put more talent on the field than you, then, now I've got to do fluky things to try to get scores, and you're just not going to do it.
Speaking of juggernauts, that's the Phillies at home. We were talking earlier, if Bryce Elder gets in trouble, how quickly would you get the hook? Would you maybe go to A.J. Smith-Shawver? Was that too big a situation to maybe put him up against a guy like Bryce Harper? But hoping that Elder could maybe get out of the jam, he couldn't. And unfortunately, Bryce Harper and Castellanos both hitting tape measure shots. Bryce goes to right field, and now the Braves find themselves down 4-1 after, unfortunately, Ozuna couldn't get it together to get more runs across last time at bat. So things are getting a little tight up there in Philly, but this is, one of those scenarios we were worried about. Elder looked like gangbusters early, Carl, and then the Phillies, the second time up, they get to him.
Mike, I've been asking this question, and it's easy to say after the fact, but you know this. And I asked Grant McCauley the other day, why are we pitching to this dude? This dude is killing everybody. Why are we I'd rather lose by somebody else in that dugout hitting the ball than Bryce Harper. He is killing everybody. And I've been asking this question. It's like, goodness.
First and third, you could have hypothetically, yes, you could certainly put him on base. And the way he is in the zone right now, it's what you do. It's like why in the old days, whether it was Freddie or Chipper or whoever, or Ronald Acuna, why they pitching to Ronald. So
yes.
it is a great question. And it's something that the Snicker, if this holds up, we'll have to answer for later. But let's hope that these guys can get it together.
All right.
First things first, get Aaron Nola out of there. The pitch count, it's a little higher than average, but he's dialed in. So hopefully they can chase him out of there and get to the bullpen.
Yeah, we don't need any more quick innings. We need to take some pitches, make him work through it. Bullpen is up for the Braves, but that's the thing. And listen, I just think in these situations, and specifically in baseball, this is a mano-a-mano. Your best player can win these series if you allow him to. It's just that simple. And if you allow their best hitter and one of the best hitters in Major League Baseball to win the series because you decide, hey, we're going to pitch to him regardless, hot. Chris, what did you say he's hitting in this series, Chris Turtle?
He's hitting 480 against the Braves in the playoffs.
He's killing us.
And that's a righty, and that's also righty lefty. That's why we thought, you're going to approach this like a bullpen start because, guys, at the end of the day, it's the best 2 out of 3.
Yep.
Right, and the next 2 are in Philly. That's why that sense of urgency maybe had to be there to perhaps pull the plug. But a tough situation if you throw Brad. See, that's the thing where a veteran like Brad Hand, would you want to go lefty in there? They see if Elder can get out of it instead of walking him, and it comes back to bite him.
Yeah, either way, it becomes one of those decisions. But Mike, I'd rather live with the other dudes. That's where I'm at.
I'm with you.
But either way, we got some work to do. We'll keep you updated. Arthur Smith, next, guys. You'll hear what the coach has to say about our team, the Commanders, his quarterback, and much more. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
Each and every week, we get a chance to talk to our head football coach, Arthur Smith. And Coach Art, we want to be up there at Flowery. Last week, it was me. This week, it's Mike. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to see you next week. But first and foremost, congratulations, Coach, on the dub. It was a good win, and there's a lot to talk about before we talk about the Commanders. And, Coach, how did you feel about the offense overall? I'm guessing you felt really good about some of the things that we saw and some of the things we have been talking with you about over the last few weeks. Give us your viewpoint on what you thought about the offense as a whole and obviously Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it was a good response. And, that's why we had a lot of confidence in Des. And like for all of us, it's a constant work in progress. That's the key in the NFL is to continue to build and understand that the job's never done. And we've got the right guys in here. They got the right mindset. And so we needed to get that win. Credit to our guys. I mean, it didn't matter the way the game flowed. They gave us a chance with the ball back. We had our timeouts, and I thought they executed the 2-minute drive really well.
Did you feel Drake London as a left-hander would have a better chance to make that throw? Seemed like you pulled everything out of the playbook last Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, that's these guys, I mean, people forget how young some of our skill players are. I mean, we've got some veterans up front on the O-line, and these guys are, it's fun and it's exciting to watch, when the ball can spread around like that, and then everybody touched it, it makes you hard to defend. And so, the next step is to get down in the red zone more and punch through that kind of fringe area of the field goal. We had a couple penalties there and things we got to take care of, and obviously the turnovers. But our guys hang in there. They found a way. Yeah, Drake did a great job on that. It's funny, those trick plays. I told them, it looked awful in practice. Which a lot of times the trick plays, we felt really good about it, but you never know what can happen. That DN, they normally squeeze down the line. He came up the field vertically, and Drake did a good job. I mean, that's where you see like that basketball vision with him. He stepped inside, and I thought he was just going to tuck it and run, and he saw New wide open, and he made a hell of a play.
Coach, 3 incompletions in the second half for our quarterback. He went 18 of 21 in the third and fourth quarter, 201 yards and a touchdown with 123 passer rating. Did you say anything differently? What were you stressing to him coming off of the performance in London that maybe got through to our quarterback? Was there anything specific?
Well, he's a right-minded player, and what you saw, like I said, I said it last week, and you guys can fact check me. You don't want the adversity, but adversity is going to tell you a lot about people. And the way I thought he responded in the second half of Jacksonville and London, versus Jacksonville, said a lot about him, and that's who we think, we knew Des was when we drafted him. And we don't need him to be anybody but the best version of himself. And it's as simple as that. And so he got into it, and I felt very confident throughout the week that he'd play well. And, some of the throws, even in the first half, I mean, it's not just the completions, it's the ball placement. You could see him in rhythm. Some of those throws he made, I mean, he made some tight window throws, knew where to place the ball. The one he had to Matt Collins early in the game, right. That crossing route, to basically throw him open. And those are things that excite you when you see a young quarterback do that.
Coach, looking at the stats earlier in the show, it just seems like if we could just find a way to clean up the penalties, this team will be putting a lot more points on the board in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what you're constantly looking to improve. I mean, the longer in this, we understand that's the journey. And, yeah, you want it to happen right now, overnight. We know we need to continue to work and play better. And but at least there's evidence of it. It's the last 2 games at home. Now we need to, score more points. There's no doubt. It's always the goal. But we've moved the ball pretty well the last 2 games at home. We need to do it, obviously, against Washington. And then we'll talk about the road next week.
Speaking of Washington, Coach, what do you see? We've celebrated this win for a couple of days now and been talking about it. And as we turn the page to the Commanders, what do you got coming in here on Sunday?
Yeah, they'll be ready to go. I mean, this is a prideful group. They've had extra time. And we know this front. We played them the last 2 years. Like I said, they've changed offensive schemes, but mostly the same cast of characters other than Heineke. We played against Sarah McLaurin, Curtis Samuel. Now we'll see Sam Howell back there. But it's a talented team. It's a really good set of pass catchers. And on the defensive side, the front, we've played this front a couple of years in a row now. They've invested heavy in it. It'll be a good challenge. We're excited about it.
Hey, we were talking about this during the show, looking at some of the tape on Monday on the DVR. Storm Norton did a nice job when McGarry went down. I know that I guess it's nice to know you picked up a guy from the Saints who looks like he could be a swing guy and certainly can step up if you need him.
Yeah, he did a hell of a job. He did, and that's what you want to see. That's an important job. It's like being the backup quarterback. And he stepped right in there, and I thought he played really well. And that was important for us. Those are the things that's why I appreciate what we've got up here. And I talk about the football staff all the time. We're constantly looking to improve. And some of those times, those small moves right there, they pay off, and it certainly paid off the other day.
Coach, you guys make a trade for Van Jefferson. For those fans who don't know, you do have a history, I guess, with his father, maybe even Van. I don't know. But people were talking about this. Can you talk a little bit about that? And then the trade itself. What does Van Jefferson bring to our team?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's very similar to the Storm move. Van's obviously I did work with his father. That's not why we made the move, but it certainly helps knowing somebody, knowing if he's going to be a fit in our locker room and our culture. Because you got to be careful. You got to bring the right guys in there. You obviously need the good players, but they got to be the right people too. And Van's made some big plays in this league, and he did in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. And things happen, and sometimes a change of scenery is good. I worked with his dad, and Van was a big recruit coming out of Nashville, and went to Ole Miss, and then went down to Florida. Like I said, second-round pick. But again, we'll give him an opportunity and see where it goes. But anytime you can add, it's like I said, we've made a lot of these small moves. Whether it's Storm, Van, Jonnu in the offseason, Akuda. They try to get win-win. You're swapping picks and late picks in 25 and giving Van an opportunity.
It's our weekly visit with Arthur Smith, coming off Desmond Ritter's come-from-behind victory last week, which is great to see. And the emotion, Carl talked about it on Monday. Drake London, when he makes that big-time catch, and that's a superstar catch, and the helmet comes off, and it seems like he got the whole team. I know it only resulted in a field goal, but it seemed like it really got the whole team fired up.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, the momentum in the fourth quarter. The guys, we pride ourselves in that, and it's happened differently, in all the wins. I mean, it was a sequence where, punched the ball in with Bijan on that shovel pass, and then Jesse damn near picked it. Almost got a pick six. The building was rocking. Right. Robert Woods kind of made a good play at the end. We get the ball back. We launch a shot. Drake goes up, makes a hell of a play. But that's what you want. I mean, you can feel the energy on our sideline. This team likes each other. I mean, you can't fake that energy, and it's what we love about Drake. I mean, did the same thing in the Green Bay game. He caught the one on Jair on our sideline, different route. But Drake wants the ball when the game's on line.
Well, let's give it to him. Coach, what's going on with Jonnu? You said this to us as we talk to you every week, and some stuff we don't remember, and fans, there's a lot of stuff said. But you were like, listen, he's going to have an impact. Coach, he's having an impact. Like, Jonnu Smith is balling right now, and I also think Desmond Ritter's looking for him. But I'm curious to know, like, you made the move to get him, and you said, listen, the guy can play. You believed in that, and we're starting to see some of those results.
Yeah, another guy I had a lot of history with, and as a tight end coach with him, I always joked he had 2 rookie years. Changed the scheme on him, from 17 to 18, and thought he really took off 19-20. He's thrown a lot, and his experience he learned from in New England, and we're happy to have him here. And that's the thing. Circumstances change with guys, and hopefully, like I think it has with Jeff Okudah and some other guys we brought in. And, we feel like we got an opportunity to bring the right guy in and improve his team, and make smart deals for both sides. We'll do it, and so we're hoping with Van. But Jonnu's had a huge impact. He fits what we want to do, and they're all different, and they have different skill set. And hopefully, we continue to work CP as he gets back healthier. Just add one more weapon.
And that's the thing, Arthur. We already talked about, overcoming the penalties, overcoming 2 turnovers. There's not many teams that can overcome a couple of fumbles and not have it impact the game. The defense holds them to only a field goal on Jonnu and then the Bijan fumble. So that was another, I guess, example of this team showing poise.
Yeah, that's a mindset. I mean, you don't want them to happen, but when you got the guys, like I said, it's sudden change. They got up there, it gives you a chance. And then a real team, like, it's going to be something different every time. Stroud goes down and make a play at the end. But we had time left. We had plenty of belief, and it's because we have evidence the way we practice. And these guys, that they got each other's back, and that's what you want. It's not going to be the same story every week. There's going to be different guys that step up. If they double Drake, great. We got other guys that make plays. If they focus on Kyle, another guy. Whatever it is, that's what you want. You want to be obvious. You don't want to play 90s isolation basketball. You want to improve and spread the ball around and become more explosive every week.
Nice analogy, Coach. It is Arthur Smith, our head football coach. Coach, we talked to Calais Campbell a while back, and I asked him about how good this defense was going to be, and he was a little bit reluctant, but he said, look, I think we're going to be really good, but I don't want to overpromise. Coach, the defense has been really good. I mean, plain and simple. They're holding teams down. Coach, they're getting people off the field. It's a pleasant surprise to see how well they're playing. And, Coach, it has nothing to do with you, but it's where we've been as an organization these last few years where we were all like, defense, defense, defense. Mike and I are like, look, this defense is keeping us in games.
Well, I mean, look, this was part of the plan. And poor Dean, he came by and watched the game. I said, Dean, I told you, we get to this third year, it was what it was. And, probably, a little satisfaction, Terry and I talked about this, we talked to plenty of really good coaches out there. I don't know if everybody believed that we were going to implement the plan. And, but, I think it worked out pretty well. Being able to get Ryan in here, getting Jerry, getting Steve Jackson over there, Frank being here, Matt, Adam, Dave, Huxtable. Like, it's a good – it's all about fit and chemistry, and then it's the right guys. We invested a lot, but people don't understand the impact Jesse Bates would make. Jack Steve was with him in Cincy. We had feel pretty good about it. David Animata, guys that we knew, and Caden. It's all about fit. There's a lot of great players out there, but fit and chemistry is important, and the impact those guys have made. Adding Jeff out there, the development of D. Alford, even the development of Nate Lamon, Bud, Calais. So, I mean, good chemistry over there, and they're playing hard. And we changed when you have smart players too. The underrated things, we're not doing the same thing every week on third down, and the adjustments we can make during the game. It's affecting the passer, and that's ultimately what you got to do. Whether it's sacks or pressures, but getting them to get rid of the ball early, finding different ways to affect the quarterback.
All right, man. Well, the game plan was a lot of fun to watch as a fan. Now we'll go to 4-2, get it done against the Commanders, man, on Sunday.
I appreciate it. Looking forward to being at home again. So it was a big one for us.
No doubt. Coach, take care. Let's have another good week. We appreciate you.
I appreciate y'all.
Coach Arthur Smith today here on the show. If you're just joining us, it's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Mike, update on the Braves game and the situation. It's turned the completely other way.
Yeah, and I'm about to hit send on something. I really don't want to have to send, but this is why I was so adamant, Carl, at the trade deadline. I mean, for all the things that Alex Anthopoulos has accomplished, and it's been amazing, and we got a World Series, and we're always alive, and we're always in the mix. This season is historical, and it still may be historical. The good news is, you got to, win the next two. It's 2 out of 3. That's the problem with the 5-game series. It's the great equalizer. It's not always fair, as Braves fans know, going all the way back to the 90s. But, Carl, this is why I was so adamant at the trade deadline. You got to sign or trade and pay for established starting pitchers. We had no Charlie Morton because of a ligament injury. You got Elder, who's been struggling of late, and unfortunately all the things we had talked about earlier came to fruition in that third inning. Why do we always have to go with like a wing and a prayer into the postseason with starting pitching?
It's a great question, and I thought Snit, waited 2 batters too long to go get Elder. Right. And listen, we'll analyze this when it's all said and done. You'll get a chance to talk about it with our guys, Grant McCauley, Rob Tribble. They're in the building. They're going to talk about it after the last out tonight. But, Mike, I hear you. And listen, once this thing is wherever it goes, and I hope we come back, but we got work to do. And part of this is our bats have just not been as hot. But pitching matters, man. It does. All right, let's get to tonight's last call. And with Philly fans up to their usual antics, it's simple. Who are the best or worst fans you've interacted with at a game? It could be college. It could be pro. Who are the best or worst fans you've ever interacted with at a game? 404-726-0929. Mike talked about his experience up there in Philly earlier today. So that's where we're at, all right? This is all about the fans. Whether you've been to an away game and you were like, man, those fans were unbelievable. Again, college, pro, it doesn't matter. We want you to share that experience with us. Best or worst fan base you've interacted with at a game. It's Dukes and Bell.
Sports Radio.
hear it. How about you? Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
It is Dukes and Bell. If you're just joining us, Braves down 6-1 in Philly, Game 3 as we speak. And Bryce Elder, again, started good, Mike, but at the end of the day, they got to him, and they were able to punch around some runs, and they got some momentum going right now.
Yeah, we talked about Elder when he's throwing hittable stuff, and that's the righty-lefty aspect of it as well with Bryce Harper. And the thing we touched on earlier for guys who missed it, it was first and third when Bryce Harper came up. Knowing he's batting .480 in this series, you don't have to throw to him. And you can also try to get the matchup you want if you want to bring in the lefty. We knew that there was going to be a short leash regardless because tied 1-1, Carl, in a 5-game series. It's the best 2 out of 3.
Yep.
And we're look the Ozuna strikeout with runners on base first and second in the first, that hurt. You got to push them across. Team is some of the bigger hitters are not hitting right now for this team.
All right, guys. 404-726-0929. Tonight's last call is pretty easy. We were talking about Philly fans earlier, their antics. Who is or who have been the best or worst fan bases that you've interacted with at a game? 404-726-0929. For me, Mike, I went to Seattle in the mid-2000s. Went up there for a Seahawks game. I was actually calling a basketball game and went up, and they happened to play that weekend. And those fans were so nice. Now, this is prior to them going and winning Super Bowls and beast mode, but the new stadium was there. And I have to say, I was shocked at how nice the fans were and how everybody was just cool. Now, I always think this too, Mike. The NFL is a little different than college football. When you go and you've got these rivalry games, sometimes people can be jerks with the rivalry games. But for the most part, the NFL, I think, is a little bit better because you don't have that crazy passion that you do with college football. But it just depends on where you go. Like we said, in Philadelphia, it's as crazy as anywhere.
I have been to, ballparks and places all over the world. The best, I was going to say, Carl, it's on opposite ends of Pennsylvania. The most fun I had was at a Steelers game, and the least fun I've ever had is in Philadelphia on all sporting events in Philly. Also, honorable mention to Tokyo. Going to a Tokyo baseball game was bananas. Everyone was so welcoming and enjoyable. It was a blast.
Yeah, when you travel abroad, when you go to these sporting events, if we get to go to like Germany, whenever the Falcons play over there, it's always like that because they're just so happy to be like, oh, you're part of this thing. You're American. And they embrace you. I'm with you. That's always cool. Right. Let's grab Caleb on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Caleb, what is the worst or best fan base you've interacted with at a game?
All right, so for me, I'm a little bit biased being a Dog fan and a Falcon fan. So first would be the Volunteers, just the trashiest fan base I've ever had.
Tennessee?
Yes,
okay.
The Saints.
Okay.
That's right.
And what else? Did we lose him? Because I couldn't hear him, Mike. I thought he said the Vols, and I wanted to make sure. Yeah, his phone is Caleb, we can't hear you, brother. Your phone is shot. I wanted to make sure he said Vols, and I was like, Tennessee, make sure that I heard him correctly. We've been up there. Listen, Vols fans are nice, folks. I don't ever have any problems with Vol fans. I don't think that's not an issue.
I'm with you.
But sorry your phone crapped out on you there. Hey, Evan, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Evan, what is the best or worst fan base you've interacted with at a game?
Hey, the worst fan base, hands down, it's the Saints. I hate when they come to our town screaming, acting all crazy next to you. Take that back to New Orleans.
Yeah.
I will say this. I've had nothing but good times down in New Orleans. You just know it's going to be ball busting. You know what I mean? You're hopefully you do it in a fun way, a clever way of busting chops. And if you lose, they're going to say, get your hat, get your coat, get the whoop out on the door. I've always felt it was fun, clever, almost like doing your mama jokes, Carl, with Saints fans.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Swede, what do you got for us, Swede? What's the best or worst fan base you've interacted with?
Hey, guys. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
The first thing I want to say is about the Braves. Ugh and ouch. Wow, that hurts. Great fan base, Green Bay. I was up there for one game many years ago, and they were so friendly and welcoming. Knew you were out of town, and welcome to Green Bay and enjoy the game. Camden Yards in Baltimore was wonderful. I had a great time there, great experience. I was there for the opening game in 1992, and it was the fans were just wonderful. And the worst were the Raiders when they were in L.A. It was a violent and hostile environment when they were playing there. Boy, they had fights there, awful stuff. Anyway, thanks, guys. Love your show.
Thanks, Swede. Yeah, and nobody wants violence, that's for sure. I know who doesn't want violence is John Chuckery. He's in studio. He's got a short edition of the John Chuckery Show coming up.
Yeah, we'll go to the final out, and then Rob, myself, and Grant will kind of take over from there, and we'll talk about what's going on. I mean, obviously, it's not good right now, but look, plenty of time, and Braves came back the other night, so again, we have to just do the same thing all over again. So we'll talk to D-Lad, get you ready for Falcons football, and Pete Futek will join us at the 8 o'clock hour.
All right, stay there, man. There's a lot to get to, and they'll be on right after the last out tonight. All right, make sure you check them out. Hey, we got to get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let Me Clear My Throat
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hey, thanks to our guest today, Coach Arthur Smith, also Matt Verderam stopped by to talk some NFL with us. We talked to also our man Sadiq Bey from our Atlanta Hawks. If you want to go check out any of those interviews, make sure you check them out at Odyssey.com. Mike and I will be back tomorrow analyzing whatever transpires in this game. Listen, it ain't over till it's over. But right now, as I said, we got work to do, and Mike mentioned it. This is 3 games, guys. It's 3 games, and the next 2, including this one, obviously tonight, and the next one are in Philly. So we will see what happens, but Mike and I will be talking about it with you guys tomorrow. Also, Tony Gwynn Jr. stops by, Barbara Dooley, Jonnu Smith's going to stop by from the Falcons, and we'll talk with Grant, too, tomorrow as well, Grant McCauley, about the Braves. Hey, man, we got to get out of here. Turtle, great job. Both hats today, engineering and, of course, executive producing. And stay right here. We will keep you updated on everything going on with the Braves, guys. You don't have to go anywhere, but right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Mike Bell, let's get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, look, it's always darkest before the dawn. We knew this was going to be easy. But now you got to find a way to scramble tonight. Otherwise, you have to win tomorrow. And unfortunately, since they've gone to this 5-game NLDS, I don't have to remind Braves fans. It's just the way the cookie has crumbled. Bobby Cox has had some amazing teams. You know, this team certainly is loaded. This team was loaded last year. And this was also, Carl, why I didn't want to see the Phillies. And this is also why I wish MLB reseeded. So we could forestall seeing the Phillies perhaps battle with the Diamondbacks. But you still got to hit and you still got to pitch. And right now it's been a struggle.
All right, guys. Very few people get a chance to go out the way they want. That includes Bill Belichick. Rumor on the street, and you know I don't start rumors. I just talk about them once they're out, is that he could be fired at the end of the season if New England struggles continue. Robert Kraft will not allow this to continue, and he may not get a chance to choose as to how he goes out. If he would have left, Mike, when they won that last Super Bowl with Brady, hey, he'd be on top of the world, but he wanted to stick around, and now he's going through it, and I don't know if he gets the chance to walk out the way he wants to. We'll see. Hey, man, make sure you stay right here. Mike and I back at you tomorrow, 2 o'clock. If you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
you're late for your shift at Wawa in Jersey.
Now, your game traffic. 92.9 The Game's Traffic Center, brought to you by Bader's.